Доброго часу доби, з вами Местро. І сьогодні ми починаємо грати в нову гру The Dwarves. Я досить довго слідкував за цією грою. Дуже б мені хотілося з нею погуляти. Сподіваюся, вона мене не розчарує. Влаштуйтесь позручніше і приємного перегляду. Наскільки я знаю, ігра розроблювалася цілком на...
Against orcs, ogres, and all the other beasts of Tion. We are the guardians of Girdlegard. We are the children of the divine smith. We are the Dwarves.
Таке інтро. Якось насторажує чуть-чуть. От такі от довгі загрузки. Отак от сходу. Камера зацентрована на нашого гнома. Що у нас за скіли? Атака в прыжки. Натиск. І могучий удар. Мені не дозволяють камеру рухати. Зараз чомусь. По-моєму, щось в мене так. Ну, перше, напевно, ми складність піднімемо до високої. По-друге, качество, напевно, хоча б хороша, б там було видно. Громкость можна трохи нижче. Пробуємо. Що мені робити треба? Просто перебити всіх? Ударить можеш? Хорош. Пешка сама восстанавливается по чуть-чуть. Камера трохи незручна. Точніше, взагалі незручна. Оце синенька полосочка, як я розумію, це моя мама. Не знаю, як вона копиться. Часом напав. Ну, поки не дуже цікаво, я вам скажу. Ніфіга не робиш. Дивишся, як гном місяця. Ну, далі нам ще добавлять компаньонів, що компаньонів будемо контролювати. Думаю, буде цікавіше. Ось ми трохи просіли. О. R, типу ульта. Ух, непогана така ульта. Ну давай. Не дамаже, розкидує тільки. Причому і своїх, і чужих. Ну, що довго будуть бігти? Ага, це не мана, це очки дійствия. Ну правда, откуда в гномі мана? Все.
My king! What are you doing here?
Giselbert I, the father of the Fifthling clan, has not been on the front line of battle against the creatures of Tion for many cycles. The king surveys the battlefield and the defenders with a grave expression.
We are too few.
This you know as well as he does, but there will be no reinforcements arriving. Hundreds of brave warriors lie inside the fortress dying. The illness is running rampant. It brings weakness and death.
Stay at your posts. Be as steadfast as the granite of which we are made. Nothing can break us. Vrakas is with us.
Ще один герой у нас з'явився. Так, катапульти знищить і огрів перебить. Є все ж у нас заскіловість. Наші 2 гранати осталось. Зараз буде веселіше.
Understood!
What?
Кидувати можна. Дуже хвастали своєю фізичною моделлю. Розробники. Ну, побачимо.
Yes?
Да не вже, а то я не знав. Ха, огра скинули, красавчики.
Yes?
Топ ще хиляє? Написано, що просто швидше б'ються. По факту ще й хиляє. Давайте з гоблінами розберемося. Що вони гуляють по мені? А ліпше оглушення. Забагато противників. Давайте отак. І назад.
Just a moment.
Оглушили.
Not possible right now. Just a moment. Not possible
Очків не
right
хватає
now.
вже. Надо більше допомагати. Давайте гранатку сюди, так. Ей! Граната мене откинула. Я чомусь думав, що на мене не подіє.
Yes.
Секундочку. Що то Twitch працювати не хоче. Все, пішов. Так, тепер акуратніше давайте.
What is it?
Збить можеш? В пропасті.
Yes?
Сидь. Ну, майже.
Yes. Charge.
Занадто громко. А то есть громкость, а я громкость. Хорошо объяснила.
Come here and die! For fracas!
What is it?
Yes?
Yes.
Кинули. Та блін, і він сам упав, як? Він же должен був прямо побігти. Перемудрили розгромники трохи з фізикою своєю. Або я туплю. Та ні. Ніби ж казав прямо бігти.
All right.
Стоп. Чуть не скинув з другого героя.
Come here and die!
What is it?
Ні, другий герой все-таки впав.
What?
О, ну це просто жесть.
Avenge the death of your king!
Баки я пойму, як працює ця фізика їхня. Просто взяв, затовкав другого героя з моста.
On the way. That's not.
Be off with you! Another one gone!
What is it?
Так, ще раз пробуємо. Головне сам не падав. Угу, тож нікого не стовкнув. Може зараз так, краєшком. Не.
Yes? Come here and die!
Yes.
Окей, просто розбираємо їх. Ей, подальше від краю.
What? I have failed.
Ми зараз підгорати почнемо. Огр махнув дубінкою і герой звалився. Причому він стояв не біля краю.
Yes?
Time!
On the way!
Another one gone!
Далі від края.
Be all you.
What is it?
Yes? Over there!
Understood! Yes?
Розбираємося з Огром зразу.
All
Від
right!
нього найбільше проблем.
What? On my way!
What is it?
Глушаємо.
Avenge the death of your king!
Як же ці гноми розлітаються просто, а? В гномі повинна бути прокачана стойкість. Їх не повинні так кидати.
Yes? Understood! All right!
Я не сам звалився. Ваша контролить. Якби можна було обирати, куди бігти, а так він просто по прямій біжить і все. Ну не можна зупинитися вчасно.
What is it?
It will be so. Come here and die!
Садко стоїмо з краю,
Another one
куди не ліземо.
gone!
Надоїло помирати.
Yes? Hammer time!
What is it?
Yes? On my way!
Come here, you!
Головне огрів мінуснуть.
Yes?
Yes?
Так, мінус огри.
What is it? On the
What?
Обичні орки не повинні мали
that?
повиносить.
Hammer time! Another one gone!
Understood!
Треба його катапульти мінусувати.
On the way!
Hammer time!
Йо просто. Ти місився, раз іншого підведемо.
It will be so. Over there. On my way. Yes? Over
Ого.
there.
What is it?
Yes?
That's that? Yes? What is it?
Yes?
Занадто далеко трохи. Я не що скакати.
There are too many of them!
Що?
All right!
Another one.
Чомусь не підсвічує другого гнома. От, ну, вибираю другого гнома, мені... А, ні, теж не підсвічує.
Yes?
Тільки перші секунди підсвічується.
And stay dead!
Незручно.
That's that?
Over there.
От, як його знайти на карті?
Fracas.
Виглядає як всі остальні.
Yes?
Hammer time!
On the way!
Не безконечно біжать чи що?
What? Come here and die!
I could do with your help! On the way!
Граємося трохи.
Yes?
В принципі, треба піти на поки катапульту відноснути і все.
And again!
Давай, мінусни.
Come here, you!
Катапульту будеш бити? Слышь?
Stay dead!
Єсть.
These are the ones who attacked us in the tunnels. We suffered great losses beating them back.
Темні ельфи. Послухав мене повання трохи.
And I'll split you like a straw, you treacherous elf!
In his fury, the old king radiates a ferocious power that none of Sitalia's children could withstand. But the slight, willowy being sitting astride the shadow mare just grins down, mockingly.
You are mistaken. We are Alpha. We are here to destroy the elves.
All peace-loving beings here in Girdlegard are under our protection, and you cannot open the gate that has barred your path into Girdlegard since the creation of the world.
Not us, but perhaps one of your kind.
Зрадник.
Cannot be. Silence, you fool! Vrakas, forgive me for what I am about to do.
Пізно.
Quickly, in formation! You must hold them back until I close the gate!
What is it?
Трохи топорно зроблений сюжет. Вже закрив майже.
That's that?
Якось ніхто не біжить. Не важко.
All right. Come here, you. Understood. And stay dead. All right.
Давай назад. Ніхто спину не прикрив. Поставить одного гнома, щоб щитом прикрив, та і все.
Look at me. I am Syntheras, the reaper of your death. I will take your life, and the land will take your soul.
Get out of my sight, pointy ears, and let me delight at the closed gate a little longer.
The gate may have closed, but when you rise again from the dead by the power of the land, you will be one of us, and you will open it.
Never. My soul belongs to Vrakas.
No, your soul now belongs to the land, and henceforth you will belong to it forever. Now die, and return. Then hand us Girdlegard.
Мафія робить такі крупні плани. Явно ж в них не дуже хорошо все з анімацією. Ну, гнома ще більш-менш. Борода спасає ситуацію, а от ельф. Через 1000 років. Якщо я правильно зрозумів.
You're a perfectionist, Tungdale Bolafar.
I've got a reputation to uphold. If you can't rely on the metalwork of a dwarf, what can you rely on? What can I do for you?
For me, nothing. It's Lot Yonan. He wants to see you in his study.
In your mind, you go through all the
Це
recent
гномка чи що?
incidents that might have annoyed the Magus. Apart from a few little squabbles with his famuli, nothing worth mentioning happened since
Ні,
the
це висока
incident
для
with your
гномки.
beard. You nod.
Okay. You look dreadful.
What a charmer.
The maid gives you an ironic, reprimanding scowl.
Ikana has been crying half the night.
When you were teething, I carried you around the vaults. You played with my beard and I sang you to sleep.
Frala smiles. She's heard this story many times before.
That was 23 cycles ago. But I'm quite sure you didn't sing. You might have grumbled a bit.
If what you've read about the dwarven lifespan is true, it'll be another 300 sun cycles and more before you are called to the Eternal Forge. The certainty of one day having to witness Frala's death already burdens your heart.
I'd better not keep the Magus waiting.
See you later. There's goulash for dinner.
Під книжку зроблено так. Цікаво. Так. Перше, що мені треба. Знайти кнопку, яка буде підсвічувати всі інтерактивні об'єкти. Можна? Ага, немає тут такого.
This is where you swung the forge hammer for the first time 30 cycles ago. No one taught you the craft. It was enough for you to...
There was a time
Самі
when you could
навчились
hardly lift the heavy hammer.
кузнецом будь.
Now you barely notice it anymore, and it feels like an extension of your arm. Smithing is in your blood.
There are apparently dwarves who have never seen the sky. And you too feel more comfortable when you have rock over your head. If only you didn't long to see more of the world, a longing that grows
Не знаю,
stronger
перемотувати
with
ці
every
діалоги. Ну,
year.
коли сам прочитав, я обично пропускаю. Чи оставлять, хай озвучується до кінця. Так, що у нас тут є? У нас є золото і їжа. В днях рахується, як я зрозумів. І кількість днів, які ми вже гуляємо. Ще у нас є логи. У нас є пасівочка, яка додає нам броньку і дамаг. І один активний навик. Щось типу того, що в нас було в першого гнома. Топор нашли. Не зря копався. Все, поупражнявся. Як гном достає до цієї полки, а? Серйозно, нафіга гном для себе робив такі великі полки? І тут так само. Стіл йому теж до середини груді десь. Дивно.
Everything you know about dwarves you learnt from books. The divine smith created the dwarves, and from time to time you make him an offering of some crumbs of gold. It's the most valuable thing you have to offer Vracus. You've worked a bit more on Sunya's birthday present last night. The little one is crazy about horses. You, on the other hand, prefer to keep your distance unless you're fitting them with hooves. Too many legs and way too big.
Занадто багато ніг. Це ж не арахноїд, не 8 все-таки. Можна пережити. Так, все облазило. Побігу далі.
Hey, groundling! Come to the kitchen, we need you.
Jolison, a fourth-degree famulus and your favorite foe among the students of magic, gives you a disparaging glance and disappears without waiting for your reply.
А якомусь універі живемо? Як я зрозумів. Нас просило зайти на кухню, але як квест це не відобразилось. Ну, по основним сюжету ми завжди встигнемо.
Tangdale! Quick! Or the goulash will get burnt!
You immediately recognize what the problem is. A chain running over a pulley for positioning the cauldron is detached from its mounting and the cauldron stuck in the fireplace. It's a heavy load and none of the famuli, who feel superior even during kitchen duty, dare do anything. They might burn their
Це до чого
fingers
було?
or even get a bit dirty.
It'd be a waste of goulash. And I'm hungry. Here, hold this.
Давайте
Do you remember when
побазаримо.
you dyed my beard with some magic spell? I had to shave it off.
You stroke your beard, which is unusually short for a dwarf.
Damn it! Ah, it's heavy!
The young human forces through his pursed lips, letting the pot sink a little.
Don't you dare ruin my goulash, boy!
The cook with beefy forearms glares at the young man, and after a brief moment, he tries harder.
Весело.
With as much concern in your voice as you can muster, you say,
Oh, no, this doesn't look good.
you're pleased to notice he's dripping with sweat.
Частина фраз немає переводу.
I'll get you back for this, groundling!
Ладно.
You
Що ви без мене
damn
робили?
freak!
For a moment, you hope the famulus really does raise his hand to you. But then he comes to his senses and leaves the kitchen, his face bright red.
What a pair you are!
Все? Опит отримали. О, бочки з
The beer
пивом.
that is delivered to the vaults is supposed to be the best beer in Idderslane. It's certainly your favourite beer. But you haven't drunk enough other beers to truly know.
А що випити не можна? Чорт. Я вам поміг, а мені навіть пива не налили.
Vegetables, bread, cheese, but the cook is not to be trifled with.
Знову.
Many painful knuckles have
Першої
taught you
половини
that she
фрази немає.
knows how to handle her heavy wooden spoon, and that she may possibly have eyes in the back of her head.
Сподіваюсь, вийде якийсь патч. Кстати, патч уже вийшов. Патч першого дня там громадний був. Похаваємо.
The blacksmith. Do you want something?
Did a horse bolt while you were trying to shoe it? It's certainly not on our plates.
Не дали.
Lot Yonan's vaults are equipped with laboratories, a library, and private rooms for the famuli. Together with the forge, the kitchen, and the other utility rooms, it makes up quite an impressive complex. But compared to the courts of the other magi, the seat of power in Yonandar is small and modest.
Так, поправочка. Ми не в універі. Ми в башні якогось мага. Непогано живуть маги тут.
Lot Yonan didn't just take you in. He also taught you how to read and write. But you don't feel like reading right now. Especially as you already know all the books by heart.
Це місця бібліотека?
Master Lot Frala told me you wished to speak with me.
Ah, Tungdil, come in. There is a bag over there in the cupboard. Take it out, please. It contains artifacts belonging to my former famulus Goren. I wish to return them to him. He's in Blacksaddle, 300 miles away.
300 miles? That's a long journey. Who are you going to entrust with this?
I was thinking of you.
Me?
There is no one better to take on this journey. You have acquired much knowledge. You are almost a scholar. You know more than most famuli about Girdlegard and its inhabitants. It is time for you to go out into the world and see it with your own eyes.
With pleasure.
Дивно бачити такі емоції від гнома, якому вже як мінімум скільки, років 30-40, та 40 напевно. Правда, по гномським міркам це напевно і є юношество.
What's in the bag?
Magical devices. You better leave the bag closed if you want to avoid any accidents. Dwarves don't really like magic, and magic doesn't like you either.
Rakus gave us so much craftsmanship that there's no space left in our bodies for magic.
Strictly speaking, every time you've been too close to magic, it has ended in catastrophe.
Perhaps I'll meet some dwarves on my travels.
Yes, perhaps. But don't hold out too much hope. And be careful who you talk to. Not everyone out there likes dwarves.
Yeah, goblins. They abduct baby dwarves and sell them to magi, from what I've heard.
Not the best bit of business I've ever done. But what was I to do? The Longnoses threatened to throw you into the nearest river.
Тепер ми знаємо, як ми сюди потрапили.
Be on your guard. Look after the bag and don't lose it. May Palandiel be with you. And Varakas too, of course.
I'll set off immediately. I'll see you soon, Lot Yonan.
Що, так зразу підемо? Я ж попрощатись з усіма, їжу набрати, пивка випить, гульнуть наостанок. На кухню треба зайти. Наверно, бачу, можна з кимось буде
Of
поговорити.
the 200 or so people selected to learn the art of magic under Lot Yonan, there's barely a handful of them you can stand the sight of. You're not at all interested in magic in all its elusiveness and whimsy. Your realm is the Forge.
Що, будеш за мною скучати?
Hello, Frala.
Давайте з подарка почнемо. При розмові з дівчиною потрібно починати з подарка.
I've got a present for you.
You take out a symbol of protection that you have carefully made from 3 horseshoe nails.
It's not the finest jewelry in Girdlegard.
One look at Frala's face makes it clear that it doesn't matter. She glows with happiness as she takes the pendant.
For me? But why?
Because you don't see me as an oddity, and you're like a little sister to me.
You could have said. But you settle with a shrug and a crooked smile.
I need provisions for 300 miles.
You're grinning from ear to ear. Finally, you've got the chance to see something of the world.
300? Tungdil, that's no errand. That's an epic journey. Wait, I've got just the right thing. But make sure the cook doesn't see.
I'm going to Blacksaddle to return a few things to a former apprentice in the Magus.
You pocket the rye bread, sausages, and ham. Enough food for the first few days of your journey.
Perhaps I'll even meet some dwarves on the way.
Frala throws you a cautious glance. It's a tricky subject that you can't help but broach.
There aren't dwarves down here. You're the only one in Idaslane as far as we know.
I know, but I can't just have been born out of a rock. Somewhere in the mountains, I have a clan. Maybe even a family.
Yes. Maybe.
Frala has reminded you more than once that Lot Yonan wrote to the dwarf clans and none of them were missing a dwarf boy.
I have to go. I've got a long journey ahead of me.
Така інтрига на самому початку. Цікаво.
I wish you the blessing of Palandial and Vrakas to protect you from all danger on your journey. Here, a talisman. Whenever you look at it, think of me.
Frala winks at you mischievously.
And of getting me a nice present.
А надягнуть якось можна? Ні, нічого не можна робити. Так, забіжимо додому, може тут щось можна було забрати. Ні, нічого. Побігли.
Within a few moments you find Blacksaddle on the map. It is southeast of Parista, a little more than halfway between the city of the Magus Nudin and Lot Yonan's vaults. You trace the path from the vaults to the mountain with your finger. It doesn't seem far on the map, but it will be the biggest journey of your life.
Дуже сильно мені не вистачає кнопки, яка підсвічувала всі інтерактивні об'єкти. А та мишка шукати все не дуже зручно.
How nice to see you again, Lot Yonan. It must have been an age since we last met face to face.
Nudin, welcome. Please, sit down.
No, thank you, my friend. These are urgent matters, and I don't have much time. You must come to Leos Nudin immediately. The perished land is stirring.
Are you sure? What makes you think that?
I found out about 60 orbits ago, during a visit to the borders. Our magical barriers have weakened and become porous. The Elfar have left their land, and a huge horde of orcs have marched into Girdlegard.
Were you able to strengthen the spell with your magic?
No. I can't repair the damage alone. We need the combined power of the 6. The other 4 are already on their way here, but we need your help too.
I will set off for Parista without delay.
Oh, and as you're coming, could you also take the opportunity to bring back the things that I lent to you?
Of course. I have them already packed in a bag.
Oh, thank you. We'll be expecting you.
Чомусь мені здається, що він не дуже хороший. Думаю, один із наших майбутніх противників. Так, вангую по чуть-чуть.
Utterly blinded by the sunlight, you squeeze your eyes tightly shut after only a few steps. The time spent underground has made you so sensitive to light that you're forced to seek shelter in the shade of a mighty oak.
Давайте роздивимося. Блін, а карта то громадна. Вигляньте, яка карта. Яка епічна гра обходиться без вулкана. Да ну йоперство, це карта. Якщо тут ще й наповнення хороше, буде цікаво. Хоча... Дивлюся на оці точки і думаю, ми будемо ходити лише по ним. А все, що намальовано навколо, для красоти. Ну, побачимо.
You reach a small lake by a birchwood. Your feet hurt and your eyes still sting in the unaccustomed sunlight. But a smile spreads across your face nonetheless. You've covered a decent distance on the first day of your big journey. You pitch your camp and lie down to sleep on the hard forest floor. When you awake in the morning, your legs are stiff and achy. Trying not to feel sorry for yourself, you throw your rucksack over your shoulder. You're a dwarf, and dwarves don't complain.
Ми сурові.
Around midday, with the sun high in the sky and the first beads of sweat appearing on your forehead, you see something move next to the road, a few hundred meters ahead. Some crows are pecking at something in the long grass. The creaking leather armor, the clattering rucksack, and a dwarf's inability to be quiet makes the crows flap around as you move from one bush to another. You give up trying to be stealthy, stand up straight, and see two human bodies in the flattened grass.
Що ми тут знайдемо?
You don't see any signs of a struggle in the area where the corpses are lying. Were they stabbed by a companion? A stranger could hardly have crept up on them with such sparse cover.
Nothing.
Детектив
You look
завезли.
down on a tall, broadly built man. He's wearing dark brown leather armor that is strengthened with iron plates. There's a sword lying next to him. Was he trying to defend himself against something? Or someone? There is no blood on the sword. A rucksack that probably belonged to one of the dead. It seems to have been searched and then thrown away carelessly. You find a few implements, some provisions, and a map. A route is drawn on it from Parista, Nudin's capital, to Lot-Yonan's vaults.
Ivrakis.
There are some narrow stab wounds in the man's chest. The cuts are too big to have been made by arrows, but too small for sword wounds. A slender man lies in front of you, dressed in an expensive robe. It is in the colors of Turgur the Fair-Faced, one of the 6 magi. The dead man must be one of Turgur's famuli. You don't see any wounds.
Does this mean that Turgur the Fair-Faced is in Parista and wanted to send Lot-Yonan a message? And if so, why didn't he use magic? Did he want to contact him without anyone noticing? Why all this secrecy?
Перевод просто субтитри. Ужасні.
The man has the same incisions. It's clear that both men were killed by the same weapon. But what that weapon might be, you cannot say.
Все? Нічого.
You scour the area once more and ask yourself what to do next.
Привет, Леонид. Нет, есть такое украинское слово «гра». Ну, игра, синонимы. Давайте похороним.
It's time-consuming and strenuous work digging shallow graves in the ground with a stick and covering the corpses with a few stones. But it should at least keep the crows from their feasting for a while. You continue on your way so as to put a few more miles between you and your grisly find before night falls.
На карті ще щось рухається, окремо мене. Так, якось почало лагати різко.
You see a flickering light through the trees some way from the path. It might come from a campfire. You walk towards the fire with confident strides until you finally make out 3 broad-shouldered men with axes. 2 rabbits are sizzling over the fire. The men are joking with one another, but you can only understand the odd word. They haven't noticed you yet. You sneak up on the men until a thick branch breaks loudly under your boot. You realize
коли намагався привернути увагу, не почула, коли тихо намагався.
The men jump up and grab their axes.
Who's there?
You step into the light of the fire, your hands raised in a conciliatory gesture.
My name is Tungdil. I'm only...
Well, I'll be. Is that a groundling?
The men look you over suspiciously.
What's a groundling doing creeping around here? Are you after our gold?
I bet you was hoping to slit our throats once we fell asleep, subterranean scum.
Your heart is pounding, and you confront the man a little more courageously than you feel.
I'm no thief, and I'm certainly no murderer. I only wanted to see if...
Pah! All groundlings are thieves and good-for-nothings.
You find it difficult to take control of your voice again.
Have you met many dwarves?
Enough to know that you're all dirty thieves.
The next morning, visions of axes, faces full of hate, fists and heavy boots flicker through your befuddled mind.
Hey.
Your first attempt to move fails when pain shoots through every bone, every muscle, and every nerve in your body. It's a long time before you manage to sit up and tend to your wounds in the early sunlight. There's no trace of the woodcutters. They must have thrown you into the undergrowth near the campfire once they were finished.
Двоє якихось лівих мужиків нас просто побили. Круто.
You reach the banks of the Warder and can see Axeldale on the other side, but there isn't a bridge for far and wide. The fishermen's boats glide over the water, which sparkles in the sun. None of the men seem to notice you while they throw out their nets.
Ну, мені немає смисла туди перебиратися.
You look at
Подивимося на
the
пейзажі.
cold, dark water. The current seems so strong that they could carry off even the most experienced of swimmers, and you aren't even a mediocre one. You once read a legend in a book. Elria, the goddess of water, did not like the children of the forge and cursed the dwarves. so that they would drown in any waters beyond their kingdoms. The main reason that dwarves avoid water to this day. You leave the peaceful banks of the river behind you and continue on your way.
На чому сім'я на цій карті підлагує? Не знаю, що можна зробити. Ще якість понизить. Не хочеться.
You look down on a large village on the banks of the Warder. Some of the village is built on stilts in the river. A wooden bridge spans the fast-flowing water. A huge wooden palisade has been erected to protect the village from attack. The guards on the palisade are watching you. Their armor looks well cared for and well made. The smith who made them knew what he was doing. You conclude that the men depend on the protection the armor offers and aren't just wearing them to look good. They're certainly not villagers.
Чому ми вночі тут? Що за костри? Все одно підлагує. Не знаю чому.
The double gate is made of strong planks. Sturdy, but still much less solid than the fixed parts of the palisade. Security has been forgone here for practical reasons. Never a good idea when building fortifications.
І...
Some of the guards begin to whisper as you near the gate.
Hello up there!
What brings you to fair good water? And have you seen any orcs on your travels, groundling?
The man leaning over the palisade eyes you up and down carefully.
Goodwater is well known for its hospitality.
A fact that you've just made up yourself.
Let me in, and I will tell other travelers all about it.
I regret to inform you that we cannot allow you to enter. The gates stayed closed once night has fallen.
There is certainly no regret showing in the man's face.
I'm a blacksmith. And a dwarf. Let me tell you, your gate might look solid, but it won't withstand a real orc assault.
The murmuring all around him makes the man pause for a moment. If anyone else had criticized the stronghold, they'd have been laughed down and shooed away. But no one understands defense systems like the dwarves.
A dwarf blacksmith who just happens to be standing in front of our gate?
Сказать правду? Чи обмануть?
I'm a skilled craftsman, and I'm sure I can improve this gate for you. I'm a dwarf, and I know of the dwarven art of building from books.
A bookworm? You're going to strengthen our gate with papier-mâché?
I'm sure papier-mâché would help, but that's not what I...
You stop mid-sentence. The mocking expression on the mercenary's face tells you that a
Не,
white
надо
lie
было
would have
обманывать.
worked better. You'll have to try something else. The orc heads on the spears look fresh, a fact that causes you unease for more than one reason.
Those won't scare orcs away.
I hope not. The more orc heads that end up on those spears, the more gold coins that end up in our pockets. Right, boys? Yeah! That's right! Yeah!
We've
Що
killed
так
our
ржуть?
fair share of orcs and know how to motivate them. Those ugly mugs will spur them on, and then they'll perish in front of our gates.
Two things become clear to you. Firstly, that the mercenaries the villagers have hired are excellent at killing orcs, and secondly, that they sadly have no brains at all.
When did you kill these orcs?
Yesterday. We caught a couple of their scouts first. The others tried to take revenge in the evening. Let's see who'll turn up today.
Do you want me to be mauled by the orcs? Let me in.
You're pleased to notice that your voice sounds more accusatory than worried. The free peoples of Girdlegard have always stood side by side against the beasts of Tion. The mercenary seems to weigh up his options, but then shakes his head.
Put a few miles between yourself and us, and then you should be safe.
Ох, як він має
As safe
бісить.
as you can be these days.
Хіба так важко має впустити? Має таке відчуття, ніби я по сюжету не должен туди зайти. Гроші тратити на них. Обійдуться. Я гном, гноми жалкі. Будемо відігравати роль.
Stay alert. If I see anything, I'll scream.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Зараз, по ідеї, орки повинні напасти. Так, перше, трохи громкость ще понижаємо. Занадто громко оре стражник.
Orc skulls.
You're not sure it's wise to taunt the beasts with the severed heads of their fellow kind.
Що, я можу йти? Не бачу я. А, ось, може маги розбити. Ну, давайте.
You think about waiting by the fire until the morning. At least you wouldn't have to go cold.
Блін, не подобається мені ситуація. Може підкупити все-таки. Можемо ще поговорити? Ні, вже не можемо поговорити.
The wooden palisade encompasses the whole of the large village and is guarded by many men in armor. The stronghold has been constructed in haste, probably only over the last few days, but the work is sound, and uninvited guests should find it difficult to gain access.
Кущі ще якісь є, може заникатися можемо.
Is this to be your bed for the night? A flat, cold hollow under a bush? At least you wouldn't be discovered immediately.
Давайте ще пошукаємо. Два варіанти є, можливо і третій буде.
The stakes look a bit different here. You want to look a little closer, but the guard on the other side is vigilant.
Get lost!
Тут, похоже, мост опускається. Ну все, я більш не бачу варіантів. Давайте в кущах.
Is this to be your bed for the night?
You hardly slept a wink during the night. The cold had you gripped to the bone.
Better to freeze than give orc archers an easy target.
Сподіваюсь, орки нападуть. Не напало. Та блін. Зря промучився. Можемо читати описання лише тих місць, де ми вже проходили.
An uneasy feeling has been your constant companion since you left Goodwater. Every little sound in the forest makes you fear you've been discovered by a horde of orcs. But you reach the end of the day without bumping into any of the greenskins. It seems as though Vrakas has granted you one more day in Girdlegard. As night begins to fall, you pass a large oak tree and decide to call it a day. Near the oak tree is an abandoned camp with a fireplace, which appears to be a couple of days old.
Давайте зверху.
You swing yourself up the trunk and then pull up your baggage after you. You're prepared to sleep in a tree like a bird if it means escaping the orcs' attentions. You sling your rope twice around your stomach and the trunk of the tree to stop you from falling accidentally. You close your eyes and dream. You see North Pass and smell the fresh, icy wind that sweeps over the peaks of Great Blade and Dragon's Tongue. But the harmony is interrupted by the hideous roar of an unending flood of orcs throwing itself unceasingly against the fortification. You smell the disgusting green blood of the orcs and taste the rancid fat of their armor on your tongue. The bitter taste becomes stronger until it's unbearable and wrenches you out of your dream. You open your eyes and are surprised at the brightness as a glance at the sky confirms that it's still night. Your eyes move towards the ground, and what you see makes the blood in your veins freeze.
Все-таки орки. Немало орків.
I am Sinthras of Son Balsur. My master, Nod On the Doublefold, ruler of the perished land, has elected you, the lords of Taboribor, to be the sword that conquers the south.
You mean you want us to put our necks on the line and be killed by some magus?
Lord Yonan and the others will be taken care of. Your task is to create a diversion in the south until my master's plan succeeds.
And which of us is the leader?
The one that conquers the most land.
So Kragnar will be the new Grand Lord.
He glares at Ushnox and Bashkog.
The Kragnar shore tribe will conquer the most land.
Never! We will overwhelm the cities of the Red Bloods quicker than you can suck the marrow from a bone.
We shall see.
You can't believe what you're hearing. If the beasts of Tion ride into battle together, catastrophic cycles lie ahead for Girdlegard.
Що, може вернутися назад розказати? Усім.
The night in the oak tree was the worst of your life. You spent every single moment afraid that you would be found and savaged by the orcs. But as the first rays of sun broke through the treetops, the orcs abandoned their camp and left without discovering you.
Цікаво, що було б, якби ми внизу залишились. І що, вірьовку кинеш просто? Да. Не дуже ти гном.
You have of course heard the stories, but seeing with your own eyes that orcs actually do eat humans is a long way from just reading about it.
This is the place. I knew it was here. Come on then, find that stupid necklace.
Надо було ще сидіти наверху.
Fuskar, in front of you. A grounding, perfect for a small breakfast.
Я зможу їх замочити? Скільки їх тут? Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6. 6 орків замочу. Та замочу.
You know that you're no warrior, but you want to face the orcs as a child of the divine smith. Perhaps you'll manage to kill at least one of them, so as not to appear so undwarven in Varacus's eyes.
I'll give you something to chew on. Varacus made us of stone.
Да. Головний герой, ти якийсь сумний трохи. Хто мене спасе?
Oink, oink, little piggies! By Barrow's beard! How did you manage to lose your weapon? Go and get it, and this time, hold it tight! Hey, that one was mine!
You're just too slow, dear brother.
Too slow? Just wait!
Їх же було тільки 6. Понабігали. Так, хто в мене єсть?
What is it?
Детальніше не можемо почитати. Ну ладно. Як цей скіл працює? Просто нажав все.
Yes?
Ок.
All right. On my way.
Yes?
What is it? Too easy. What is it?
Yes?
Що головного героя. Сильно б'ють занадто.
Yes? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Давай сюди до всіх.
Yes?
And what now? Huh? Say goodbye forever.
They're hitting me pretty hard!
Головний герой зараз гуфнеться.
Yes?
Huh? Yes?
On my way. At once.
Як його спасати? Блін, ну камера ужасна просто. Давай ти сюди кудись.
And what now?
Ти стрибаєш. Ти теж сюди біжиш.
As good as done.
Прикриваємо.
I'm with you. And what now?
Хілок ніяких немає.
Yes?
Я б не відмовився.
With pleasure.
I need help over here! Quickly!
Ніби непогану позицію зайняли.
What is it? What is it? Yeah, didn't hit you very hard. Huh? Huh?
They're hitting me pretty hard!
And what now?
Huh? Huh?
Let me put up a fight. What is it? Yes?
Живем.
Say goodbye forever. Huh? And what now? Huh? I didn't hit you very hard. What is it?
Yes?
Хорошо, отхилялась.
At once. He hardly put up a fight. And what now? On again. Ha ha! Ha ha! Yes, yes! Huzzah! What is it? Oh, what bad luck
Need
for
help
you!
over here, quickly!
Yeah! Yes?
Ще 5 орків.
With pleasure. Say goodbye forever.
Стоїш.
Understood. For Brackus!
Yeah! What is it? Huh? Too easy!
Давайте глянемо, як він місяця.
Pow! Another one bites the
Досить довго забирає, якщо без скілів.
Oink oink! That's all? No more orcs?
Well fought, young friend. Do you happen to be tongued ill?
Well fought? But he fought like a...
Boindale, what do you expect? He grew up amongst the humans.
Who are you and how do you know my name?
Перевод
My
ужасний,
name is
звісно.
Boindale Hookhand of the clan of the
Це не
Swinging
ділги
Axes.
веселенькі.
This is my brother Boindale Doubleblade. We've been sent to find you.
Call me Ironheart. Are there any more piggy snouts around here?
You turned up at just the right moment.
But are you sure it's me you're looking for?
The High King Gundrabur sent us to fetch you and bring you to Ogre's death in the Secondling realm in the south.
So he received the letter from my master? And am I a secondling?
Well, something like that, I guess.
There was a meeting last night. The Elfar serve a certain Nod On who calls himself Lord of the Perish Land. They have enlisted 3 orc hordes to cause unrest in the south.
Did you hear that, Boindale? Piggy snouts!
The Elfar from San Balzur and the Orcs from Taboribor are working together?
And could ally with the orcs from the Perish Land.
The twins look at you solemnly. You all know what that would mean for the people of Girdlegard.
We've got to...
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, but it's our duty to get you to the Ogre's Death Fortress in one piece.
I thought the duty of dwarves was to protect the innocent in Girdlegard.
Lot Yonan and King Broron will take care of the orcs. We 3 must be careful. You're not exactly a warrior.
But he has broad shoulders and broad hands. There's hope for him yet. So when you've got the chance to split a few orc skulls, you should take it.
Привіт, Пікачу. Ну, дворфи і гноми це одне й те саме. Ну, дехто, звісно, розрізняє. Ну, якщо розрізняти, то дворфи це оце, те, що ми бачимо. А гноми це ті, хто біля білосніжки були. Ну, в даному випадку гноми і дворфи це одне й те саме.
Then my family was found and the High King wants to bring me back to my clan.
No, you're not a secondling. You're a fourthling. And you're to...
The High King will tell you all about that once we get to Ogre's Death. We should get going.
Ну, коротше, якщо коротко. В гномів дворфів є борода, вони круті, все.
I would be happy to follow you into the realm of the secondlings. In truth, there is nothing I would rather do. But first, I must travel to Blacksaddle and return some
Ну,
things
якщо
to a
рахувати,
former
що гноми і
family
дворфи це не те саме, то да.
Blacksaddle isn't exactly on our way.
It's on my way.
Да,
We can
боль,
head
не
south as
спорю.
soon as I've carried out Lot Yonan's
А
orders.
ще ФС2.
Well, he's certainly got the stubbornness of a dwarf. Perhaps we'll be able to make a real dwarf of him on the way.
All right, we'll accompany you. The sooner we find that famulus, the quicker we can get back to the mountains.
I'll have to send Lot Yonan a message by carrier pigeon on the way. And if we happen to stumble upon a couple of orcs...
I like you, but we'll have to find you another name. Bolafar. It's about as good as lipsmith, paddle toss, or bluffle grump. It is stupid, senseless, and definitely not a name of honor. What are you good at?
I'm good at reading.
Reading? You're a scholar?
Привіт, Тарасик. Ну, не сказав би. Якщо розрізняти, то дворфи це такі кремезні, широкоплечі чуваки, типу оцих, що на екрані. А гноми це маленькі. Посадових гномів. Дворфи живуть під землею, а от гноми можуть жити, ну, переважно я читав про лісних гномів. В книжках згадуються. О, прокачку завезли. Мені більше розрубаючий удар подобається. Таке описання дає 50% шанс снизить получаемый урон на 50%. Могли просто написати, знижає получаемый урон на 25%. Що означає ця шестерочка? Орда орків. Може вернутися допомогти їм треба? Так, давайте глянемо, що в нас за скіли. Вона пасівки цікавлять. Давайте вернемось назад, поможемо орків перебити. А Саша що?
You and the twins approach Goodwater. A huge army of orcs has surrounded the village on three sides. You see smoke and fire and hear the battle cries. The village is holding out, but for how long?
Звісно, вступаємо в бой. Неравний, на жаль. Ми то витащимо.
Oh, now it's getting exciting. Archers in front of them, three dwarves behind. I wouldn't like to be in their shoes.
Що за менюшка? — 25 орків вбити. Це халява. А чому ми покоцані в началі файта? Давайте сюди.
Bad luck for you.
Yes?
Це ще прожимати треба. Скіли працюють і на союзників, що я не провірив. Махнув топором, задів свого гнома. Лучники занадто навалюють якось. Давайте туди.
Yes?
Так, ти никайся. Що я тобі скажу. А, ну ти можеш одійти? Зараз просто здохне. Привіт, Ауті, ні, це The Dwarves. Теж про гномів, но інша гра.
Yes?
Understood. And what now?
Huh?
What is it? All right. As good as done.
Yes?
On my way. What is it? Yes? With pleasure. And what now?
Ну, я намагався в неї пограти, я The Dwarves. В мене чомусь не пішло на конти. Я так і не розібрався чому.
I didn't hit you very hard. At once. Yeah. Huh? Ow! Another one bites the dust. Huh? Say goodbye forever. Too easy. Huh?
On my way.
Yeah. I didn't hit you very hard. He hardly put up a fight. I'm with you.
Я вже говорив, що тут незручна камера. Я повторяю, тут незручна камера. Бісить трохи.
What is it? Who's next? On my way. As good as done. What is it? Understood. Yes. On my way. Huh? Too easy. He hardly put up a fight. What is it?
Did you see that, men? Now they are warriors. Hey, you down there. I'll send you some reinforcements. Let's stick it to those runts.
Ну, з удачної сторони не підійшли.
Stay close to us.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Ще 80 убить.
Huh? Huh?
Що з твічом не так уже?
What is it? Yeah. He hardly put up a fight. End it, huh?
Yes?
Ну, якщо думаєш, що це через Twitch, можеш попробувати зайти на YouTube або на Good Game. Може допоможе. Блін, зразу дошно. Давай кудись сюди стрибай. Не знаю, чим допомогти йому.
Huh? Yes?
Yes? Huh?
Давай сюди. Єлі вижили.
Another one bites the dust.
And what now? Huh?
Wild creature. I didn't hit you very hard. Yes.
Мені союзники взагалі допомагають?
What is it? And what now?
Huh?
Easy. We hardly put up a fight.
Huh?
Yeah. Attack. What is it?
I didn't hit you very hard. What is it? Oh, what bad luck for you! Too easy!
Huh? Who's next?
А, як мене так хильнулось різко.
The orc's
Ah,
fighting
quest зробила.
spirit lessens with every fallen comrade. After Kragnar's death,
Які круті
they
субтитри.
finally attempt to flee the battlefield. Very few escape the mercenaries' arrows. The leader of the mercenaries
шикарні субтитри.
approaches you, surrounded by his soldiers. His expression is one of recognition, caution, perhaps even awe.
You're the groundling dwarf that was here a few nights ago. I got you all wrong. Thank you for your help.
A young mercenary runs towards you. He has something in his hands that he clearly wants to get rid of quickly.
Commander, we found this on their leader. It feels strange.
The commander looks at the amulet in the man's hand and makes no suggestion that he plans to touch it himself. You take your opportunity.
May I?
You take the amulet and can feel a tingling on your skin. It is clearly magical.
Keep it as a sign of our gratitude.
The commander bids you farewell with a short nod and moves away. It would seem he thinks he's made a good deal.
Це двоєчка, як я розумію, це скільки днів вони можуть протриматися, да? Ми не встигаємо допомогти. Сюди можемо встигнути. Якось все дуже дивно.
There are dead orcs lying in the defensive trenches and strewn over the meadows in front of the city. Some of the locals are busy throwing the bodies on pyres, while others repair the minor damage done to the city wall. You enter the city and the garrison at its centre without being spoken to. It is only when you reach a heavy oak door that leads, you assume, to the commanding officer's headquarters, that you are halted by a guard.
Dwarves, eh? Seems we aren't to be spared anything these days. What do you want?
It looks like you've got an orc problem.
Had. Our scouts detected the army early on, and we were able to repel them without any great losses. A small army of orcs like that couldn't breach our mighty walls.
Your mighty walls look like they're about to collapse under their own weight.
The soldier isn't intimidated by Boindil. He juts his chin out confidently.
At least they stopped the orcs, unlike your dwarven walls in the north.
Не люблять тут гномів.
I didn't know that Steepleton was so big, impressive place.
We have fertile meadows, That's what we have to thank for the city's growth in recent years. At the time of my grandparents, Steepleton was nothing more than the tower on a hill with a couple of houses. Now we have a market, a temple, and of course, there are royal messengers stationed in the tower, which doesn't do the city's coffers any harm at all.
You said you
От
had
послання
messengers
можемо
here. I'd like
відправити.
to send a carrier pigeon to Lot Yonan in Yonendar.
Lot Yonan in Yonendar. No problem. It will cost you 90 gold pieces.
Дороговато.
If the carrier pigeon delivers my message safely to Lot Yonan, then it's worth its weight in gold.
Then I'll send for a scribe. You can dictate your message and
Thank you, but I can write it myself. Paper and ink will be sufficient.
The guard nods. You don't blame him for thinking you are illiterate. Very few ordinary folk can read or write. Once you've been given the writing implements, you write down a summary of what happened at the meeting of the Alf and the Orcs.
I must speak with your commander.
Commander Valor doesn't have time. He's still very busy dealing with the aftermath of the Orc attack.
Commander Valor is dealing with the Orc problem, and I have important information concerning it. I witnessed a meeting of the Orc Lords.
The guard eyes you with interest
Саме
and
цікаве, не могло
tries to
обійти це
judge
місце.
whether you can be trusted. Finally, he stands up, opens a
Цікаво, це
door,
якось
and
зарішає
enters
по
the
сюжету.
room ahead of you. The commander looks up from his work. The guard repeats what you told him.
Your information about the orcs could be useful. We have fought them back but not yet defeated them. Come in.
The commander listens attentively, and now and then asks questions, as you tell him about the 3 orc armies and the meeting of the chieftains with the Alf Sintharas.
This sounds very grave. I will send out messengers. We must be prepared.
The Orc army that attacked you was able to escape.
What was left of it, they headed south. Unfortunately, I can't send anyone after them until the damage to the wall is repaired.
The commander looks at you with a disgruntled expression. It suddenly seems clear to him who he has standing in front of him.
If you're interested, you could try and wipe out the mob that got away and collect the bounty.
Killing pig noses and getting paid for it? Where's the heads?
You grin at Boindil, and then turn back to the commander.
We'll see what we can do. We must press on. Farewell, Commander Valor.
Kill as many orcs as you can, dwarves. Palandir will be with you.
Саме цікаве, що цю ігру розробляли на гроші з кікстартера. Тобто бюджет не дуже великий і студія не особо багата. Но озвучку вони зробили. А от Tyranny, яку розроблювала велика компанія Obsidian, так і не озвучила ніфіга нормально.
Behind them, Black Saddle towers up above a thick, dark forest, about a half a day's journey away. You don't want to give them a shock, so you address them while you're still a distance away.
Hello, friends. Is there any space by your fire?
The 2 traders look up and visibly jump when they see you 3 dwarves.
Ah, hello. Yes, of course.
It doesn't escape your attention that you seem to be causing the traders some uneasiness, but you take up their offer and sit down. The twins follow your example.
We're only travelers. We're looking for someone who's said to live on Black Saddle. A hermit.
Someone who lives here?
The traders exchange amazed looks.
If they live here, they must be mad.
Normally we wouldn't stop and rest here, but the horses are too exhausted. Our departure from Parista was delayed and we must have driven them too hard.
Why does Black Saddle make you feel uneasy? It doesn't look particularly inviting, but it's only a mountain.
Only a mountain? You don't know the legend.
The trader looks at you and the twins for affirmation, but you all shake your heads.
Black Saddle was once known as Cloudpiercer, and it towered up into the heavens, the upper slopes of pure gold and the summit covered in snow. The humans wanted to attain this wealth, but the smooth slopes and the dazzling summit made the climb impossible.
They called on the dwarves to help them. They were able to tunnel up through Cloud Piercer to the top. They hollowed it out and carried away the gold. The humans demanded that the treasure be shared, but the dwarves refused, and as they argued, the mountain began to tremble. There were too many holes inside for it to hold together. It collapsed and buried both greedy parties underneath it. The mountain lost its tremendous size and its beauty, and ever since has haunted both humans and dwarves with its erosive hatred, causing even the rocks to turn black over time.
Pfft, never heard of it. Sounds like human tittle-tattle. Dwarves would never hollow out a mountain so much that it collapses.
You come from Parista. How are things there?
No news to speak of, I'd say. Well, except for Nudin the Knowledge Lusty.
You know Nudin the Knowledge Lusty. Lot Yonan introduced him to you many years ago during a visit.
What about him?
Oh, nothing really. Just rumors.
You nod at the trader to continue.
He's behaving strangely and disappears into his tower for days on end.
Merely looks ill, apparently.
О, та ще
But that's what
пропустила цей
someone I know
квестик.
said. Perhaps he got a spell
Я до
wrong.
нього зможу вернутись? Він мені не по дорозі був тоді. Що купити можна? Кілька хілочок мені б... Угу, кілька. Одна хілочка. І хавчик закупляємо.
Later in the night, after eating together and some friendly conversation by the campfire, you all decide to sleep. But you take the first watch. It's a night in which nothing happens, and the next morning the traders set off early. After breakfast, you also continue on your journey.
Що я тут пропустив? Ось один квестик, я сподіваюсь, можна було вернутися. І ось все. Зараз ми сюди, а потім йдемо добивати орків.
After a march through the thick pine forest, Black Saddle, the sinister tabletop mountain, and your journey's destination rises up before you.
Підказок дуже мало. Я вже всі перечитав, напевно. Одне те саме показують.
Are you sure that the famulus lives here?
Yes, according to Lot Yonan.
Although you try to put a lot of assurance into your voice, you too see no signs that anyone lives here.
No castle, no tunnel, no camp. There's nothing here but mountain.
Then we'll have to take a closer look.
You do that, scholar. We'll be waiting for you here.
You think about objecting, but it would just be a waste of breath.
Друзі, називається, киданули просто. Давайте поговоримо.
Found anything? A hidden camp? A secret doorway? Gold?
No. Not yet.
Все, наговорилось. Туманна ігра підлагує чуть-чуть.
No trace of Garen here either. If he's close, then there must be some kind of cave somewhere in the mountain. An old tree. Looks like it could fall down at any moment.
Дуже важлива інформація, дякую.
There we go. too steep. I can't get a grip anywhere. I should be able to get up here.
Зараз він падає і гра закінчується на цьому. Окей, не закінчується.
I hope this is all worth it.
Here's a... No, forget it. Definitely a rock face. There's something engraved on it.
Двері, похоже на двері.
You realize with surprise that they are runes in the Dwarven language.
Built with the blood of our enemies, be unyielding as the rock, and soak the land in their blood.
Я ж говорив двері.
Huh? Hello?
Не дуже приємне місце.
Master Garen? Lord Yonan sent me to bring some items back to you.
І з ким ти говориш?
My inquiries are almost at an end. That means I can finally go to be with my sunshine. I have never been to Greenglade, but I think I will like it there. I deposited my most valuable things in the grave of Horengarth before my departure and secured it with magic. The password is...
You recognize the following words as rune names, but they're written in the learned language, so you don't know which they are.
Greenglade. Oh, great.
Більш нічого цікавого. Так, він казав, якісь сокровища тут є. Ми зможемо їх достати? От бачу руни. Тільки ми нічого з ними не можемо робити. Обідно. Окей, пішли. І що, назад тепер бігти? Тим самим шляхом. Хоч бистрий переход зробили.
So, Scholar, what are the results of your inquiries?
There is an abandoned fortress in the mountain, and I think it belonged to the Thirdlings.
Boindale's eyes narrow.
The blasted dwarf killers!
A Thirdling fortress? Here? In the middle of Girdlegard? We must let High King Gundrabur know about this.
The fortress has been long abandoned by the looks of it. Anyway, I can't go to Ogre's death until I have completed my quest. Goren is in Greenglade.
Що за треті, що за другі, що за четверті? Ну, другі це гноми. А треті? І хто перші?
A Thirdling fortress? Here, in the heart of Girdlegard. That's strange, isn't it?
And worrying. But they've always been wily.
They move in the shadows and kill there too if they can. Do you know their story?
I've read about it. Lorenberg, their progenitor, rejected the name that Vrakas gave him, who in turn did not give him any special talent, so his kingdom studied war.
It helps them defending the East, but it also meant they ended up confronting the other kingdoms. No dwarf would ever even think of injuring one of his kind, never mind killing them. But the dwarf killers are proud of it. When they were even more powerful, they wanted to become the rulers of all dwarves. They are envious of our skills. They haven't been heard of for a long time, but you can be sure there isn't a single dwarf alive who doesn't hate them.
Як я зрозумів, перший, другий, третій – це різні клани гномів.
The High King. Why do you want to bring me to him?
All right then. It's about the choice of the new High King. Gandagar, the king of the Fourthlings, is with his entourage in Ogre's death and is supposed to ascend the throne.
But our acting High King Gundrabur wants to prevent that from happening. He fears that Gandagar wishes to instigate a war against the elves.
А я тут до чого?
But what have I got to do with that?
Boindil is about to say something, but is silenced by a nudge in the side from his brother.
High King Gundrabur will explain everything when the time comes.
You look distrustfully from one twin to the other. Boindil has donned an innocent expression, and Boendal doesn't give you the impression that he has anything else to say on the matter.
What does this King Gandagar have against the elves?
Dwarves and elves
Похоже,
just
ми
don't
скоро
get
знаємо,
along.
хто наші батя.
Braccus and Thessalia made us that way.
I know that, but going to war for just that after all this time?
Well, there must be more behind it. They say that the king of the Fourthlings is full of hatred and is a hothead in this matter.
Whatever, your High King must wait. I have a quest to carry out in Greenglade.
But our quest is...
Boindil raises a placatory hand and throws his rucksack onto his back in preparation.
Let it be, dear brother. Look at him. He has made his decision, and you will not be able to change his stubborn dwarven mind.
You can't help but smile.
Прокачалось. А навики я не можу вибрати. Так, мені далеко-далеко на північ. До цього я, напевно, сюди заскочу. Потім сюди. Ну до цього мінуснаємо орків.
By the evening campfire, Boindil rummages around in his rucksack and pulls out a cheese wrapped in a cloth. He sticks a fist-sized piece on a spit and grills it on the fire.
Ah, there's nothing better than grilled cheese at the
Жарений
end of
сир.
a long day.
Оригінально.
The smell it gives off makes you hold your breath.
Oh, it smells like my socks after weeks of marching in my boots.
Oh, picky, are you? Hardly surprising, considering you were brought up by humans. It's ruined your taste.
Boindil holds the stinky cheese at the end of the
Хіба сир не розпалиться від теплоти, від огня?
And stop complaining.
You pull the warm piece of cheese from the stick. It tastes dreadful. Your fingers will smell of it for the next few days, and probably your mouth will too. You approach Scalebrook through its expansive fields, and spot smoke rising up into the sky. A short while later, you can hear the cries of battle, and finally you can smell the tallow on the orc's armor. Scalebrook is at war.
Нападаємо, звісно. Пишуть, що герої можна вибирати непосредственно з помощью клавіш 1-4. Тобто у нас буде 4 герої. Ну, До цього говорило, що тільки 3. Якось дивно. Так, тобі талісман ісцелення дамо. Тобі хілочку. Побігай. Так, ну, дамажиться ж свої, да? Акуратно за скіли.
With pleasure. I didn't hit you very hard. Pavrakas. Yes? Huh? Ha ha! Vile creature. End it. What is it? Huh?
Find somewhere safe to hide. We'll come back for you once we've saved the other villages.
Це було дуже цікаво під час боя робити.
Huh? Attack! And what now? Come here, you! What is it? All right, and again. Say goodbye forever. Ha ha! Pavrakas! And what now? Yeah! What is it? Put up a fight.
Блін, крестьянку замочив. Ну, вона сама підлізла.
With pleasure. Yes?
Yes? Understood.
Attack! What is it? Come here, you! Huh? And what now?
Pavrakas! On my way.
End it! What is it? Yeah! Pow! Another one bites the dust! Say goodbye!
Мішають християни всі ці. Якби не вони, було б набагато простіше мені.
As good as done! And what now? Yes?
Huh?
Attack! Huh? Huzzah! Huh? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Встиг?
That's it! They're fleeing!
Якось
I
дуже
don't think
просто.
so, they're just rallying!
And that's what we should do too. Come on.
Гуляємо на максимальній складності. Не знаю, на що це впливає.
Thank you so much. You saved us.
Not yet. The orcs are rallying. You must join us.
But we can't.
You must. Here they come.
Ліпше ви не мішали.
Yes?
Я замахнутися не можу нормально через те, що тут бігають.
And what now?
Всякі незрозумілі люди.
What is it? Huh? Yes, yes! Ha ha! Attack! Ha ha! Yes? Say goodbye forever! What is it? Too easy! Huh? Pow! Another one bites the dust!
End it! Vile creature!
Лошатів треба добивати. Лошаті ваншотяться. Щоб був непогано, якби підсвічував противників.
Understood. Kill. At once. On my way. End it. What now? Huzzah! What is it? On my way. Who's next?
Блін, два християн просто задів чуть-чуть, а вони гупнулись.
On my way. What is it? Of course. I'm with you. For breakfast. Come here, you. Huh? Yeah. End it. And what now? Say goodbye forever. What is it?
Союзники, кстати, бігають навколо героїв. Так, групуються вокруг них.
Of course. Yes, yes. And again. Huh?
Yes?
For breakfast. What is it? With pleasure. And what now? Ha ha! Who's next? Come here, you.
Бистро він бігає.
Huh? Kill.
Що ж ти лізеш під топор, а?
On my way. Huh? Yes.
Знову двох вбив союзників.
And what now? Huzzah!
While Boindale still hunts the last of the orcs through the alleyways of the village, you and Boendal are already helping search for survivors. Various villagers, all with shocked, ashen faces, come and thank you for saving them. A middle-aged man nervously steps from one foot to the other and tries to force a smile.
My father, the village elder, he is dead. I think I must follow in his footsteps, so I thank you in the name of Scalebrook. He left behind some gold as a dowry for my sister. She's...
The man bows his head, produces a leather pouch, and kneads
я
it with
спішив як
trembling
міг.
hands.
If only you'd come earlier.
But before you can reply, the man takes a deep breath and forces himself to look at you.
What am I saying? How ungrateful. Thanks to you, many of us are still alive. My daughter may be able to marry one day, thanks to your bravery.
The man hesitates briefly, then thrusts the leather pouch towards you.
Ну... Берем, ми ж гноми.
You accept the reward with a small bow.
Thank you.
We will bury our dead and rebuild the village. Life goes on. Thanks to you, noble gentleman.
Так, далі сюди біжимо. Орків більше не залишилось. Хоча ні, ось сьогодні пише орки. Ну і сюди заскочимо, орків мінуснуть. Хавчик ухода быстро.
Several wagons full of building materials pass you by on the way to Goodwater. The village's fortifications still show evidence of the orcs' attack, but they are making good progress with the repair work.
There they are, the dwarves. Good water's saviors, come in. There's always a warm meal and a welcoming bed for you here. I could get used to this.
А зразу не хотів нас пускати. Це щось дає? Щось можна робити тут? Нічого не появляється, ніяких менюшок.
You see a light through the trees some way from the path. It inevitably brings to mind your encounter with the woodcutters.
Це ті дровосеки, які мене побили були на самому початку. Ну... Око за око. Напевно. Нехай буде.
Thinking about it, they do deserve it.
Boindil grins widely, and before Boandal can stop him, he stops
Леонід,
off.
ну ми просто сюжету
You lie
продвигаємося.
awake in your camp and
Стандартна
think about the
РПГ.
woodcutter's roast that you had for dinner. The rabbit was the best thing you've eaten in a long time. It tasted of victory. The farmstead has been plundered, ravaged, and part set on fire. But not all of the buildings are destroyed. You call out for any survivors.
Ігра зроблена на основі книги, тому думаю, сюжет тут буде на уровні.
You split up and search for signs of life in the burned out ruins of the farmstead. You take on the main building. You don't find anything, apart from a charred doll. And the twins have no luck either. There are no signs of life. With a heavy heart, you decide to turn around and continue on your way with the twins. As you near Calmstead, you see that the surrounding fields are in flames. The sound of fighting reaches your ears. You hear the screams of the villagers and the roar of the orcs.
Нападаємо, звісно. Нічого не міняємо.
Yes?
Help! Let us out!
There are still people in the houses.
Let's get them out of there, and quickly.
А як мені їх звільнити? Поняв, двері. Окей.
What is it?
Huh?
What is it?
Huh? End it. Pavrakas!
Давайте сюди біжи.
Yes? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Ламай.
Yeah! And what now?
Не можу вибрати орка.
What is it? Oh, he didn't hit you very hard. Say
Ти біжи
goodbye
далі.
forever. And what now? Come here, you. Oh, creature, he hardly put up a fight. Huh? Yes, yes. Attack! I'm with you.
Давай, двері зразу відкривай.
And what now? What is it?
В принципі, можна цим гном побігати, пооткривати всі двері. Він мобільний дуже.
Of course.
Кладочки дійсно треба обновити йому.
Come here, you. And what now? Yes?
Ну куди ж ти під топор лізеш?
What is it?
Хорошо полетів.
I didn't hit you very hard. On my way. What is it? Oh, what bad luck for you! Say goodbye forever. Huh? And again. And what now? Huh?
Yes?
Просто зорки дуже слабо гноми б'ють. Якщо не контролювати, не юзати скіли, виходить дуже повільно.
Yes? Vile creature. Oh, what bad luck for you! Too easy.
А не герой страдає.
Kill. Attack. Huh? Huh? With. What is it? What is it?
Yes?
Huh? All right.
Розібралось? Ні, не розібралось.
Say goodbye forever. Huh? Come here, you. Huh? Kill. Yes. On
Так
my
розібралось, побігла.
Who's next? All right. Oh, what bad luck for you!
Yes?
Yeah. Huh? With
Відкриваємо двері.
pleasure. Yes?
Ей, двері відкриваємо, сказав.
What is it? Huh? Attack! Pow! Another one bites the dust. With pleasure.
Ось ти повільно відкриваєш.
Yes?
Давай ліпше ти.
All right.
То ліпше. Ще один домик остався.
Who's next? Say goodbye forever. As good as done. With pleasure. And what now?
Помазав я.
What is it?
Yes?
Attack! Huh? All right.
Занадто різкі переходи отакі. Від битви до
As soon as
сюжетної
the last
катсцени.
orc is killed, you and the twins free the remaining villagers.
It would seem the stories are true. Dwarves really are the best orc killers. We don't have much that we can offer you. Maybe we can rustle up some food.
От в мене була задача звільнити жителів. В мене не було задачі вбивати орків. Ну, тобто... А тут говориш, що я всіх перебив. Ну, їжа мені надо, беремо.
We gladly accept the food. It'll help us on our journey.
You say goodbye and continue on your way.
— 20 їжі. На 6 днів буде. Все, тепер сюди біжимо. Можна сюди попробувати заскочити, можливо вийде гроші отримати. Що тут? Нічого, просто тупік. Повозку цю перехватить було б непогано. Ну і в таверну хочеться заскочити. Може, я нарешті пива вип'ю.
A warm light is emanating from its window, lighting up the road around it. A stone sculpture of a sheep stands in front of the door, and above it a sign, swaying gently in the breeze, reads, "The Stone Sheep." You observe the surroundings, but the road is empty, and no one leaves the tavern. You notice a broken window on the first floor, which has been boarded up with planks. Something wet drips onto your nose, and you look up to the cloudy sky with a bad-tempered expression.
Huh. Why are we standing here and just getting wet from the outside?
You enter the tavern with a determined stride, and are greeted by a thick wall of pipe smoke. The dozen or so drinkers at the tables turn towards you, then give each other astonished and slightly worried looks. In the tavern there are half a dozen people sitting at the tables, and just as many at the bar, clearly farmers and labourers from the surrounding villages. Boindale pays no attention to the other guests and trudges over to a table. Together with his brother, you follow him and sit down. The landlord comes out from behind the bar.
What can I get you?
You hear surly muttering from one of the tables.
What are groundlings doing showing their faces here, now of all times?
Чувствую, комусь мордами наб'єм. Можна всіх гостити пивком. Це не дуже дорого.
You stand up and turn to the room.
This round's on me.
The faces of the guests and the landlord brighten up immediately. The landlord gets to work pulling everyone a beer and handing out the tankards. Some of the guests say cheers to you as they get their
Як
drinks.
репутацію підняти?
You turn to the guest who'd muttered something about groundlings.
And why is it so strange that we're here?
The man glances up briefly and then stares drunkenly at his tankard and mutters with a slur,
Don't play the innocent. The orcs are terrorizing our lands. And whose fault is it? You let them in.
I was not at the stone gateway, and I don't know what happened. But you can be sure of one thing. Dwarves would never cooperate with orcs. We kill them no sooner than we say them, or my name isn't Boindle Doubleblade.
The drunkard and his neighbour are given a start. They mumble an apology and turn their attention to the beer in front of them.
Привіт, конундрум. Цікава ситуація по сюжету виходить. Гноми тисячоліття захищали всі ці землі від орків. Варто було один раз впустити орків сюди, ну, не по своїй волі, звісно. І все, гноми в усьому винуваті.
Did two travelers pass this way? One was a famulus, the other a mercenary.
The landlord shakes his head indifferently and mumbles something incoherently. One of the guests is about to say something, but shuts up when the person next to him gives him a poke.
Come on now, tell us what happened. We're all friends here.
The man who was going to speak the first time round looks over to his neighbour, who nods.
Two travelers spent the night here. One had a robe on, the other was a mercenary. The next day they left, all in a hurry. Said they'd been attacked by an elf.
One of the other drinkers finds his voice too.
There was a hell of a lot of noise that night. As if there'd been a dust-up.
You left some gold here for the trouble. I thought they meant the noise, but then I noticed the broken window.
The landlord sighs.
Please, don't tell anyone else about this. Who will want to spend a night in a tavern where an elf has been sighted?
Сьогодні ніяка. А завтра Battlefield, скоріше за все, буде. Можливо, навіть днем по стрімлю подивлюся. Не треба їжу купляти. Та й більше так дешево.
We're tired and long for a proper bed.
Of course, gentlemen.
You spend a restful night in the tavern
Скоріше за
and
все, ні.
then head off on your way again.
Не особо любитель шутерів таких. А пограти є в що.
You arrive at a small, bustling village. One thing is clearly missing from the lively scene. The sound of metal on metal from the village smithy that would normally be heard above everything else at this time of day. A dour, grim-looking man is sitting in front of the forge with his right arm in a sling. His expression brightens as he sees you, and he jumps to his feet.
Dear dwarves, could I interest you in helping me in my workshop for a day?
The man's expression is somewhere between desperation and hope. As you don't answer immediately, he continues.
You will, of course, be royally rewarded for your work. I can offer you 100 gold
А хіба
pieces.
це на Тірані схоже? Ні, це нова гра за Dwarves. Ту, що я давно чекав.
What happened to your arm?
A stupid accident. A box of blanks fell down. I was trying to catch it. It will heal, fortunately, but I won't be able to wield my hammer for a while.
You must have quite a backlog of work.
You nod sympathetically. You always felt bad if you were ill or couldn't work in the forge for some reason or other.
Loads. But if what I hear about the metalworking skills of the dwarves is true, it would be easy for you to manage it in a day.
Ну, за 100 золота можна й помогти.
I'll help you. I worked in a forge for a while.
You modestly conceal that in this case, a while means almost a whole human lifetime. A little later, you are standing in the workshop, examining the smith's inferior tools, while he fires up the forge and prepares everything for the job as well as he can with just one good arm. You weren't able to persuade the twins to help you. As warriors, they'd rather go hunting, Boindil declared. But you think it's more probable that you'll find them drinking beer. But you don't care. You're excited about being able to smith again after such a long time. Hours later, you have forgotten everything around you.
Не читалка, слухалка.
The sweat on your
То звичка є.
the play of the flames. You're in your element and work as if in a trance. The smith left the workshop ages ago with a satisfied grin on his face.
Wait, I'm talking to you.
You look up in surprise. Everything but the beating of the hammer had ceased to exist, and you didn't notice that someone...
Бої тут досить таки активні.
Can you do it?
Поактивніше, ніж в Тірані.
The middle-aged man. He sounds you out so doggedly with his light grey eyes that it feels as though he wants to look right through you and into your deepest thoughts. The man points to two horses.
Those two, in 1 hour.
With the forge hammer in your hand, you play dumb. You blink and look back and forth between the horses and the man.
What's the deal with the horses?
You expect the man to fly off the handle, but you feel even more uneasy when he asks you quietly and very slowly to please re-shoe the two horses.
Екшен буде. Коли противників зустрінемо. Це ми передвигаємося по глобальній карті. Ну а коли зустрічаємо противника, зовсім інше. Там уже серйозний махач.
These two need shoeing? No problem.
The man doesn't look convinced, but you get to work with confidence. Two more armed men are standing next to the horses, sizing you up.
So, you're mercenaries, I take it?
You're only trying to engage in conversation, but the man looks at you incredulously, as if he didn't expect dwarves to be able to talk.
Something like that.
Got lots of work? Oh, do you know anything about the armies of orcs from the south?
We can't complain.
The man's tone makes it clear that the conversation has ended here. You carry out the work in silence. As the leader of the mercenaries pays you, you have the feeling that he is trying to transfix you with his eyes. The men leave the workshop without a word.
Давайте глянемо, хто вони такі.
A group of horsemen, more than a dozen, outside the village. You stay hidden and listen.
Not here in the village. Go. Search the road between here and Clintal again.
The other mercenaries nod and the group rides off. You can't make head nor tail of what's going on here.
Вони кого шукають, схоже.
You tell the twins about your encounter, and they decide to be especially vigilant over the next days. You spend the night in the smith's house and move on the next morning.
Опит отримала, золото отримала. Непогано. Як далі будемо йти? Давайте сюди заскочимо. Отак якось підемо. Щоб максимально все захватить. Не факт, що щось цікаве буде, але вдруг. Ні, нічого цікавого.
The hamlet of Sungird certainly lives up to its name. You arrive as the sun sets behind the tower of a Palandial temple, lighting up its stained glass. There's a shop in the village, and through the window, as well as some everyday objects and food, you also spy a shelf full of books.
Цікаво, карта відкриється далі? Чи це все? Можливо. Дуже не хотілося би.
A small bell rings as you enter the shop. The twins look around, but seem rather disinterested, until they discover a couple of gemstones on display. On the wall to your left is the bookshelf you saw through the window. It's quite unusual for a village shop to sell books. You stroll towards the bookshelf and read some of the titles written on the spines of the books. You know many of the works from Lot Yonan's library.
Oh, by fracas, look, dear brother! The scholar really is looking at books!
It's an interesting selection, Boindle. I could make some recommendations for you.
Boindle throws his arm around your shoulder and pulls you slowly away from the bookshelf.
What if someone sees you? Here, this is more our kind of thing.
You follow him reluctantly.
Боїться опозоритися, читаючи книжку. Хілку купляємо. І їжу купляємо.
Boindle is walking next to you in silence. Now and then, he looks at you from the side.
And you really do like books?
Yeah, I'm curious. And you could find many answers in books.
Won't you have found all the answers at some point?
Quite the contrary. The more books you read, the more questions you ask.
Ah, I knew it. Oh, just a waste of time.
You approach the village and can tell even from far off that something isn't right. The smell of burnt wood and death is in the air.
В смислі, що далі? Не зрозумів запитання. Далі в чому?
By Vracus.
The piggies have really shown those pointy ears. We couldn't have done it any better.
Stay alert. I want to find out what happened to Goren.
Ні, немає екшена. Не повезло той конунрум.
The elf maiden's graceful snow-white face still radiates beauty, in terrible contrast to the rest of her appearance. From the neck down, she is nothing more than a blood-red,
Бідняга.
damp and glistening skeleton. There are long nails sticking through her thin bones, and where her beautiful eyes once were, are now gaping black holes. The hand that painted this picture was that of a master. It is composed exclusively in shades of red, but every single little detail is painstakingly and precisely reflected. Trees, the remains of buildings,
Містріш за все всередину. Тому ми туди біжимо в останню чергу.
This picture portrays the village in its state of ruin.
Examining the canvas more closely, you realize that it is actually made of skin, and the red paint seems more than suspicious now.
Орки-художники?
This is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen.
Пришли, перебили всіх. Зробили з кожі холст і кров'ю намалювала картину. Норм. Ну, нічого.
Green Glade was one of the few places in Girdlegard where humans and elves lived together. You don't see any elven features among all the faces contorted with pain and fear. You look away. You have read about the elves and their buildings. This here had always just been a small example of their architectural skill, which achieved perfection in Alandur. Now burning and ruined, the pavilion makes an even sadder impression.
Так, то що ви від Маша хочете?
The body of the man is riddled with arrows and is lying in a small patch of undamaged ground, while a sea of flames must have raged in a circle around him. The robes remind you of those of Lot-Yonan's famuli. This, plus the fact that the man used magic, makes you quite sure that this is Goren.
Якого мені треба було знайти. Кстати, зверніть увагу. Дерево. Явно гілки хтось зрізав. Якось дивно від ельфів таке. А, місклікнув.
Greetings, Turga.
Короче, ми щось знайшли серед книг.
finally wish to confide in Lot-Yonan. I have found out something new about the demon. It's all written in these books. I think they are the key to his destruction, or I hope so, at least. Yours faithfully, Goren. What demon are they talking about?
You instinctively think about how the magical barrier is only a few days' march north of here, and beyond it, Varakas only knows what kind of creatures live in the Perish land.
You destroyed my painting. Now I need fresh blood to paint a new one.
Huzzah! This will be fun! We finally get to fight!
I hope your blood doesn't clot too much. It has to be nice and fluid for my fine brushstrokes.
Ha! How do you plan to defeat us, pointy ears? There are 3 of us.
Ja, він це сказав.
Only 3. That makes it easier.
She looks over the corpses.
Oh, Tharin Lueth Buanre!
Зараз нежить полізе, чувствую.
What's happening? That's the perished land.
Impossible. Greenglade is south of the barrier.
I know of nothing else that can resurrect the dead. Knock their heads off or they'll keep coming back.
Погнали. Конячка теж б'ється.
Yes? Huh?
Huh? Understood.
Та шустра нежить.
And what now? What is it? He hardly put up a fight. What is it? Yes?
Так, треба конячку замочити, напевно, першу. Вона не підходить близько.
Yes?
And again. Yes? Huh?
Репортується ще й.
I didn't hit you very hard. What is it? Easy.
Від хороші на максимальний.
Another one bites the dust.
Ніби, якщо в мене збилось. На максимальний.
Yes?
Too easy.
Ну все одно, як говорять герої, то ізі.
End it. Yes? All right. Huh? And what now? Yes, yes. Vile creature. Attack! What is it? What is it? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Конячку добила.
With pleasure. And what now? Who's next?
Huh?
Huh? What is it? What is it?
Блін, ховається постійно. Не дає себе бити. Давайте нежить доб'ємо.
And what now? Pow! Another one bites the dust.
А зараз не тікає чомусь. А,
I
тікав.
didn't hit you very hard.
Ну, прям до іншого гнома. Удачно.
And again. Yes? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Yes?
Me put up a fight. End it. What is it? Huzzah!
Замочив.
Too easy.
Дуже швидко цей гном бігає. В скалах в нього така не прописано. Воно бігає.
What is it? Pow! Another one bites the dust. And again.
Наблюдаємо, як б'ються.
With pleasure. Who's next?
Мені завжди було цікаво, чому гноми обов'язково повинні бути або з молотом, або з топором. Це така зброя, яка вимагає певного росту. Ну, тобто, чим більше в тебе ріст, тим сильніший удар.
Dwarves, you protected the glade.
Як вона ходить може? Ви гляньте на неї.
The perished land. The barrier has fallen.
You can feel your stomach cramping. Unlike Boindale, you can't say a word.
The damn mage I only had one job.
So this is what it is like to rise from the dead. I feel nothing. I am left with nothing. My love, my beauty, my home, and my forest. Everything has been taken from me. I beg you, have mercy, and put an end to my suffering.
Without even being able to look into her eyes, you recognize the sadness in the elf maiden's expression. The dignity that she must once have radiated can only be imagined in her current state.
Ну, раз ожила, то розкажи уже, що трапилось.
I've heard that you elves have special abilities in battle. Did the Alfar take you by surprise in your sleep?
I felt her presence, but when I confronted the elf, she had already killed the first of us and resurrected the perished land. It fills humans and dwarves with a hatred for life. It turns you into beasts. They charge through the village like a fury, and everyone that they killed became one of theirs.
If the perished land spreads further south, then Nodon won't need any orcs, ogres, or Alfar. One human losing their life in the perished land would be enough for the madness to sweep through the land like the plague.
Ну, доб'єм її, щоб не
Your stomach
мучилась.
turns, but you know that it's right. You've never seen the twins looking so serious. They would pit themselves against any army of orcs, but this is something beyond their power, and yours.
We need the Magi. They must rebuild the barrier. We must go to Lot-Yonan before the perished land spreads further. He will know what is to be done.
Neither of your companions objects.
I can't believe it. The barrier has fallen. How could that happen?
Who can tell? Anything could go wrong with all that hocus-pocus.
It had held back the perished land since the fall of the Fifthlings. Reinforcing the barrier whenever it loses power is the primary duty of the great Magi. I can't imagine how Nodon or anyone else could have broken through it.
You think of the demons mentioned in Garen's letter. You wonder whether it could be possible that a demon from the outer lands might possess powers so great that even the 6 Magi weren't ready for it.
Сюжет закручується по чуть-чуть. Так, що візьмемо? Натиск занадто ненадійно. Я вже його пробував. От прыжок універсальний. І атакувати можна, і з місця можна. Привіт, Ворісімо. Ну, а де вони єсть? Хіба ще якась українська компанія випускає гру. Або фанатський перевод. А ти мені назад пилятиш скільки? Через всю карту йти.
Every evening since you left Greenglade, you have looked at Goren's books and tried to prize out the knowledge that they hold. But now, you must admit to yourself that you can't decipher them. They are written in the learned language for high magi, and Lot-Yonan didn't teach you that. However, you're sure that the books are important. Why else would Goren want them sent to Turga the Fair-Faced? You put them away with a sigh, and your eyes remain on the bag that Lot-Yonan gave you. Did Goren ask Lot-Yonan to return the magical artifacts in the pouch? You pick up the pouch and look at it.
Lot Yonan forbade me from opening the pouch.
Ну, блін, цікаво ж. Відкриємо.
Garen is dead, and you want to know what you're lugging around with you through the length and breadth of Girdlegard. You grasp at the pouch with an uninvolved expression, so that the twins don't think you're acting against Lot Yonan's instructions. You undo the knot with nimble fingers. A piercing, bone-splitting sound rings out, and small spheres of light shoot into the air, ending in colourful explosions.
By Fracas Zammer and all the fires of his forge!
The twins jump up immediately and draw their weapons. You curse and quickly close the pouch again.
By the mountains of Girdlegard! What was that, Scholar?
Самому цікаво.
I just wanted to examine the magical trap. It's for thieves, in case someone tries to steal the pouch.
You try to act normally, so that they don't realize you got just as much a shock as they did. Boindale looks at the pouch with animosity.
Magical frippery.
The twins sit down again, and you slowly recover.
Відносно піднімаюся стабільно.
Just like previous nights, you are haunted by the image of the elf maiden nailed to the
Цікаві у
tree
нас
in
сни.
Greenglade. You wake from your sleep and look around you. The night is unusually dark. Despite your good dwarven eyes, you can only make out Boendal's outline, even though he's keeping watch only a few steps away. You're about to lie down again, but suddenly feel something cold against your throat. Next to you, the pale face of an elf slides into view.
Good evening. I'm afraid we missed each other in Greenglade, so my companion had to receive you on her own.
Ліпше помовчать, я думаю, в даному випадку.
You don't have much experience with Alpha, and only want to act when you're sure that it will achieve something.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. Not yet. Do you know what I am going to do instead?
You feverishly search for an answer, but you can't even imagine how an Alpha thinks.
I will kill everyone who means anything to you. I will destroy your life, and you will sink into hopelessness, groundling. Your downfall
Зашумівська
is
честь.
Syntheras.
You tense your muscles, readying to defend yourself, but suddenly realize that the blade against your throat has disappeared. You look around, astonished. The elf is nowhere to be seen. You look over to Boendal, who is easy to recognize in the bright moonlight. Next to you, Boindale smacks his lips in his sleep. You touch your throat, and when you don't feel anything, you breathe out, relieved.
Just a nightmare.
At least that's what you tell yourself. But you don't close your eyes for the rest of the night.
Ну що дочку його вбило, жену. Що він так розізлився? До торговця хотілося б доповзти. Раз він на місці стоїть чомусь.
Boindale unwraps his dwarf cheese again and cooks it on the fire. When he offers you a piece, you take it.
I knew we'd make a dwarf of you in the end.
You chew on the cheese so you don't have to answer. It tastes better than you first thought.
Як можна зробити жарний сир?
In the early evening, you make an unusual discovery on the side of the road. A colourful trader's wagon has been carelessly abandoned, with not a soul in sight.
I don't like the look of this one bit, Boindale. You take a look around there, I'll stay on this side. Tungdil, you check the surrounding area, and be careful.
You scan the road and the woods on both sides. Apart from the twins who are fighting their way through the undergrowth within earshot, you can't hear or see anyone. You can see a lot of tracks in the mud around the wagon. Hoof prints and footprints from humans in heavy boots. At least half a dozen long ones must have approached the wagon from the woods on both sides. The wagon itself isn't damaged, nor is the drawbar, but the belts and leashes that normally hold the draft animals have been cut clean through.
Знаки питання появилось. Зараз вертатися ми будемо.
The dwindling daylight provides little light inside the wagon. It smells of leather, spices, and candles. And there's another smell in the air, which you can't quite place. It reminds you of your forge in Lot Yonan's vaults, but different. It is messy, but no more so than you would expect from a single dwarf. The bed is rumpled, and there are tools and leftover materials piled up on the little workbench. There are several cupboards hanging on the
Пам'ятаєте найманців, які в кузню до мене приходили?
There's a large wardrobe, and next to the
По-моєму, це
door
з ними
on the left
зв'язано все.
is a heavy wooden chest with rusty metal hinges. The smaller cupboards are piled high with a multitude of tins and boxes, all filled with odds and ends that the trader offered for sale to customers on his trips. Nothing of real interest. You reach for the knob of the wardrobe, and then stop. The rug in front of the wardrobe squelches as you step on it, as if you had stepped in a puddle. You try to work out what has soaked the rug, when suddenly the door of the wardrobe springs open and something bounces into you. You take a step back, and the realization of what hit you makes you take two more. Lying on the floor in front of you is the body of a dwarf, headless. His head has been cut clean from his neck. The dwarf is wearing clothes that look more like human robes, and bears no coat of arms that would identify his kingdom. You didn't know him, but no one deserves to die like this.
Так, на спершу сундук.
As you try to lift the lid of the chest, you realize that the lock has been broken out of the wood. You open the lid and look inside. Amongst clothes and some empty boxes, you find a loot case and a beautiful loot of the kind that humans build, as well as a bag of bread and cured meat. You take the bread and the cured meat. The extra provisions should keep you going for a few days. You take the loot. You can't play, but an instrument like this is worth good gold. His head is being cut off cleanly, probably with a sharp blade. A quick glance in the wardrobe confirms what you already suspect. The dwarf's head is nowhere to be seen.
Коротше, там сказали, що голову одробили мечом, скоріш за все.
You give a short, sharp whistle, and the twins come running at the double. You tell them what you found.
A group of horsemen with heavy boots has been here. And I found Mort in the wagon. Beheaded. I have a hunch that the mercenaries from Fallow Rock have something to do with this.
Wretched dwarf killers!
You can tell that Boindil wants revenge and can understand his feelings well. You wrap the body in linen, dig a hole in the woods, and place the
Откуда
body
ми
in
знаємо,
it.
що його Морт
You lay a
звати?
couple of his tools and other personal belongings you found in the wagon next to him. You wish there was more you could do for him. You continue on your journey in gloomy spirits.
Якийсь баг? Якийсь баг. Коротше, ми вертаємося назад. Ми ніфіга не можемо зробити. Куди я б не нажимав, нічого не відбувається. Ви серйозно? Да. Перші баги. Сохраняємося, загружаємося. Стоп. Тепер все нормально.
You come across an orchard next to a farmstead and surrounded by several fields of wheat. You don't see anyone working in the fields, but there's a young man lying under an apple tree. He has his legs crossed and a straw hat is covering his face.
Excuse me, but we're looking for a group of mercenaries. Have they passed by here?
The young man is startled. He must have nodded off. He looks around anxiously. When he sees you, the fear disappears from his face and is replaced by curiosity. It seems to you that the man is sizing you up.
And if I answer, what's in it for me?
Да уж. Знаю, як вигоду знайти.
If you can't help us, we'd be happy to ask the owner of the farmstead. We'll just tell him that the man's sleeping in the shade of the orchard.
Я тоже хитрий.
What do you think?
The man seems to size you up, and then a crooked smile spreads across his face.
All right, you caught me. The people rode northwest. But please don't tell Father Mullen.
There's no reason for that if you told the truth. So, northwest, you say?
You continue on your journey, while the lazy labourer sinks back into the grass. The first thing you notice as you enter the village of Clintal is how quiet it is. There is hardly a soul in the streets, and the few people you do see immediately disappear
Саме
into
цікаво, якби ми
their
пропустили цю повозку, обійшли стороною, нічого цього не було.
Boindale draws his axes, and Boendal his raven's beak.
Something's not quite right here. Be alert.
Надо максимально все так обшукувати.
You walk on until you reach the village square. Without a word, men enter the square from the left and the right, cutting off your way. You recognize the leader of the group of mercenaries, looking you over with a satisfied expression. Standing next to him is a frail man with greying hair, who doesn't seem able to cope with the situation. He tries several times to say
проти людей ми ще не
something,
бились.
but can't find the right words.
Are you going to kill us just like you killed the travelling trader?
The leader of the mercenaries shakes his head sadly and seems shaken.
You fiends want to lay the blame on us? You damn murderers! Murderers? Come here, dwarf killer!
Are you denying your terrible deed? You were seen murdering poor old Mort, one of your kind in cold blood.
The old man points unnecessarily to the leader of the mercenaries.
Вже сволочі. Ще на нас скинули все. Самі вбили і нас звинуватили.
So apparently, you saw us committing murder, but you didn't intervene? And then you overtook us and only set a trap for us now, and here, several days' journey from the place where it happened. Your story doesn't seem to make much sense.
We knew that the good people of Clintal would stand by us in confronting you. Mort was well known and respected around here.
But how did you know that we would come to Clintal of all places? If you were really tracking us, that wouldn't have been possible. But if you, on the other hand, were the ones being tracked, then it would have been easy for you to steer us into this trap.
He does have a point, Medarin. Why did you?
The village elder stops mid-sentence as the leader of the mercenaries draws his sword. The village elder turns from the mercenary to look at you, and then gives his men a signal to withdraw.
Зараз ми покажемо жалким людішкам, як треба воювати.
Watch out for the archers.
Дощ і ФПС зразу просів. «15 найманців».
Yes.
І де вони? Блін, як не можна настроїти, щоб підсвічувались противники? Ну це жесть просто. Ну чорта не показує. Нема настроїк. От просто вони коричневі, на коричневому фоні їх фіг замітиш.
And what now? Huh? Fabricus! What is it? Huh? With pleasure. And what now? Pow! Another one bites the dust. End it! What is it?
Ну да, живучісті, чим орки, але все одно.
Say goodbye forever.
Воу. Головний герой чуть не помер.
Understood. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Схиляємося, постоїмо трохи.
Huh? On my way. All right. Go. Understood. Done. And what now? Huh? All right. I want.
Він злетів скалою і навіть хпшку не втратив.
Attack! Huh? Yes?
Yes?
Who's next? Fabricus! What is it? Kill! Yeah! Huh? What is it? On my way! And what now? Come here, you! Pow! Another one bites the dust! Too easy!
Ще десь один отряд должен бути. А, все, вони стоять. Ще трохи хильнемося.
All right! What is it? Yes, yes! As good as done! And here, you! Forever!
Yes?
Fabricus! What is it? Yes? All right!
Лошачого треба добити, не встигли.
Bad luck for you! Huh? Attack! And what now? Of course! Too easy! Come here, you!
По лежачому крити вилітають.
He hardly put up a fight!
Бля, якось просто. Це на складному режимі. Щоб було б на легкому.
The last of the mercenaries falls to the ground, but Boindil is still in the frenzy of battle. You and Boendal have to physically restrain him until he comes to his senses. Otherwise, he would have stormed the houses to find more adversaries. You walk up to the body of the mercenaries' leader and search his pockets. You soon find something. A letter.
An anonymous client seeks dwarf skulls cleanly cut, shorn, and put into jars with honey. 1,000 gold coins will be paid for each skull. Khan, Bounty Hunters Guild Master.
That's bounty hunters. Hunting for dwarves. Despicable.
You hold the letter aloft so that
1000 золотих, це немало.
Look, citizens of Clintel, proof that these men are the killers. They are bounty hunters hunting for dwarves.
The village elder comes out of one of the houses, flanked by other villagers. You ignore their weapons, as well as their sinister expressions, and hand over the letter.
It would seem you are telling the truth. And you only killed those who deceived us. I thank you for this.
The village elder signals to a woman, and a few moments later, she brings you food and a bag of gold.
Take this in thanks for your actions.
Навіть не знаю. Напевне, натиск візьмемо йому. Він самий немобільний наших героїв. Куди далі? Квестиків я більш не бачу. Сюди треба заскочити. Може нам дадуть гроші за те, що ми орків перебили.
While taking a rest, you see a cart trundling along the road not far away from you. A young couple are sitting on the box seat, clearly in love and more interested in each other than the rest of the world around them. The sight reminds you of a long, unanswered question.
So, I was wondering, what do female dwarves look like?
Pretty. Very pretty.
Uh-huh.
You were expecting a little more information.
Do they have beards?
No, I would say it's more like fluff. Oh, very attractive.
And what do they do? I mean, are they warriors too?
In our kingdom, most take care of domestic life. They take the animals down to the meadows in the valleys, make sure the larders are full and that there's plenty of good beer, and make our clothes. It only ever causes problems when men and women stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Some of them are talented stonemasons and smiths, and beware of insulting their skills. They are no less proud than we are.
Ну, хоч бороди в них немає, то радує. Сюди треба збігати, там ще не був в цьому регіоні.
It's to do with the magical fields that spread out under Girdlegard. So the 5 magical realms are
Я
found where the
міскликнув, щось
fields are at their
пропустив.
strongest.
And that's why he lives in the vaults? To be closer to the underground magic?
No, it's more to do with security. 200 students of magic and well, a source of almost unlimited magical energy. The Vegas thought that an underground vault was a more suitable place to train than Master Nudin's tower in the middle of Parista.
I don't like it here. All this hocus pocus is bad news. Us dwarves know that and keep well away, just as Vracus commanded. I hope you know that too.
I cannot perform magic, and I've never attempted to. Nevertheless, please show respect. Remember that it was Lot Yonan who took me in and saved me.
Now then, it would seem that the tongue of the learned one becomes somewhat haughtier, and his sentences doth wind most strangely as we verily approach the vaults.
You can't help but grin guiltily. With a beseeching glance at the twins, you step into the area in front of the vaults. Seeing no one there you might greet,
You and your companions enter your old home through the open gate.
Сценаристи з юмором були. Надо буде книжку прочитати «Повелитель гномов». На її основі ігра зроблена.
Who the hell built this tunnel?
Bowendahl examines the crumbling roof with a mixture of disbelief and indignation.
Be quiet. I want to surprise them.
Is that such a good idea? What if we give your master such a shock that he casts a spell on us? I don't want to be turned into a mouse or a bar of soap.
It is unusually quiet in the vaults, but the smell of dinner is in the air. You imagine Frala looking up at you from her cooking pot in the kitchen and smiling.
Ah, there's boiled and roasted meat for dinner. Come on.
That's no reason to go and get ourselves turned into something weird. We'll stay here until you're finished with your little game.
Стісняються. Щось я нікого не бачу.
Lumps of meat rise up and appear on the brown, bubbling surface of the soup before sinking back down out of sight. The hearty smell makes your mouth water.
A human foot?
Your stomach turns.
Ciekawy recept.
You have to fight hard against the impulse to run out of the kitchen screaming.
І від кого ховаємося?
What happened here? Speak!
Ah, another one.
Пасхалочка. Так сказать.
Don't even think of using magic, or I'll lodge this pretty piece of steel in your brain.
It takes the Famulus a few seconds to comprehend the situation he's suddenly found himself in. He seems to weigh up his options for a moment before he breathes out and the tension leaves his body.
All right, I won't use magic.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
For a while, the Famulus seems to be playing with the idea of being stubborn. Bowendahl pushes a little harder on the end of the crow's beak, and the tip penetrates the skin. Blood seeps out.
They're gone. Dead.
A school full of magi destroyed without any signs of struggle? Lies.
The facts seem stacked against it, but you cling on to this faint hope.
Lot Yonan's Famuli were already in Parista. There were only novices left. We made easy work of them. The Elfar, Syntharas, he insisted on being part of the raid after he found out that you grew up here. He opened the gates and killed most of those here before they even knew what was happening.
In your mind's eye, you see a pale face appearing from the darkness. You saw what Elfar are capable of in Greenglade. You push the thought to the back of your mind and try to keep a clear head.
Lot Yonan. Where is he?
Nodon killed him. He killed all of them in Parista. There's no one left in Girdlegard who can take on the last Magus.
You're saying that someone took on all 6 of the Magi at once and defeated them? Ridiculous.
5 Magi. My master Nudin is Nodon the Doublefold, the lord of the perished land and soon to be lord of Girdlegard. He killed the masters, and the apprentices followed soon after. They're all gone, and he changed the magic field so that only we can use them.
An icy hand grabs your heart. It's impossible that there's only a single Magus left, and he's not fighting against, but for the perished land.
Мені зразу не сподобався.
I'm looking for artifacts that Lot Yonan, when he was in Parista, claimed he had forgotten and left in a cupboard. And for the books that were stolen from Greenglade. I'm guessing you're the dwarves that stole the books.
What does your master want with the artifacts and the books?
I don't know. He commands, we obey. He's going to be very displeased. I did find a bag in the cupboard, but it didn't contain the right objects.
I've had enough of your lies. They're alive. Lot Yonan escaped and has gathered his apprentices, Frala, and the others around him to fight against Nodon. We just have to find them.
The war was over before you even noticed it had begun. Nodon cannot be stopped. He is on his way here and will just...
Blah, blah. We will leave immediately. This news is of great importance to the Council of Dwarves.
I'm not going anywhere. I have to find my friends and I...
Orcs! Lots of them!
1000 орків, ви серйозно? На 4 гнома всього. Ну що, ніяк не підготуюсь уже.
Yes.
On my way!
Так, 1000 чи 30?
As good as done!
Погнали.
What is it?
Understood. End it.
Позицію хорошу б десь зайнять, щоб не оточило, десь в дверях. Напевно. Ну, друг, що відступимо? Відступити ми завжди можемо. Скіло є уже.
Yes? On my way! With pleasure. Too easy!
Ми колони розрушати можемо. Це можна щось зарішати? Давай, виривайся.
Yes?
Vile creature! What is it? And what now?
And again. Huh? Pavrakas!
I didn't hit you very hard! Vile creature, huh?
А тут ви звідки? З кухні вибігають.
Yes?
По-моєму, у мене проблемка. Не знаю для чого, але я розбиваю колони. Блін. Я ж ти прожав скіл. Чому не готовий? О, давай кудись сюди.
I'm not that quick. Yes, yes, soon. Yes. And what now?
Ти, напевно, відстрибуй.
I didn't hit you very hard! What is it? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Huh? Yes, yes, soon.
Huh? End it.
Зараз герой один помре. Я чомусь не можу активувати талісман.
Yes?
Yes?
А, блін, ще зі спини. Це треба було в дверях ставати. Не знаю, що робити. Пробуй сюди змитися, я не знаю. Ну, кров є, зелена просто. І голови тут одрубаються. Проти зомбарів бився, голови постійно літали. Ну все. Надо ставати в дверях і там дефиться. А то з усіх сторін лізуть. Трохи занадто. А тут станьте. Фіг до вас хто пройде.
Yes? As good as done. And what now?
Yes? Understood.
Все. Та куди ти побіг?
I'm with you.
А тут стійте. Ще давайте. Ти будеш вискакувати іноді. Друшу назад заскочиш.
Yes, yes. I'm with you.
Yes?
Yes. Huh? And what now? What is it? On my way. Who's next? Took the pillars. We could knock some of them down and bury those runts.
А чому раніше мені не говорив про колони?
What is it?
Yes?
Huh? With pleasure. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Huh? End it.
Too easy. What is it?
Давай ти одійдеш, напевно. Кудись сюди.
Vile creature. What is it? And what now? Come here, you.
Yes? Kill. At once.
Yeah. Yes. Huh?
Що ж ти так присідаєш?
Kill.
Huh? The side door in the workshop. It's our only chance.
Ow! Hey!
Ну, должен прорватися, по ідеї. Головне, щоб не здохли герої.
Yes? Oh, what is it? Bad luck for you. What is it?
Проривайся. Перестрибуй. І ти перестрибуй. Все, побігли. Це можна ж трохи повоювати, це опит, по ідеї, должен покапати.
Huh? As good as done. Say goodbye forever. Bonda, give me a hand. Pow! Another one bites the dust.
Huh? Pavrakas!
Тримаємося, скільки можемо, бо погано відступимо.
Too easy.
Vile creature!
Yes?
Huh? Yes? And again!
Too easy. I didn't hit you very hard. And what now?
Oh.
What is it?
He hardly put up a fight.
А що пише герой спасу строї?
I need help over here, quickly.
Я ще ніби ж не дійшов. Ладно, все, отходь.
Huh? Yes, yes, yes.
Що ви ще від мене хочете?
Oh, what bad luck for you.
Може всіх перебити треба? Я ж ніби тікаю.
Huh? With pleasure.
Не розумію. Окей, місимося.
And what now?
Vile creature.
Yeah. Yes. Huh? Oh, what bad luck for you. Say goodbye forever.
Да. Отступили. Хорошо так отступили. З Києва є. Жемчуг знайшли. Не знаю, нафіга він мені. Продамо. Откуда жемчуг може бути в орків? Просто бостяжку собі носили.
Damn. The first 20 are mine. You have come far, but this is far enough. Give me the artifacts and the books you stole in
Який же він гидкий.
and I'll set you free.
Він мені нагадує бога розложення із Вархаммера. Якось Нургваш, якось так.
What have you done to the other Magi? Your famulus told us some cock and bull story about you forcing them and their famuli to go to Porista and then murdering them.
I did what had to be done to protect Girdlegard. I wish there had been another way, but they would never have understood.
Do your eyes deceive you, or do you really see a brief moment of real regret on the swollen face of the Magus?
What's with the artifacts and the books?
They belong to me. Lotyonen was supposed to bring them to Porista, but forgot them. So, I came to pick them up. That's all you need to know.
Скаут, нас зараз спасать буде.
You wanting my rucksack is enough reason for me not to give it to you.
I don't need your consent. Look after the rucksack. If you lose it, you will also lose your life. Go back to your realm, dwarves, and let your king know that I need his land. Either he hands it over without a drop of blood being spilt, or my troops and allies take it by force. You can take this one with you. I have no use for him.
Хорош гном. Красавчики.
Invisible wizard, Maya.
Look.
Да.
Kill the dwarves.
The rucksack! The artifacts! If he wants them so badly, they might be the key to his destruction.
There's the orc with the rucksack. Let's get him!
Його ще догнати надо. Так само шустрий в мене ти. Давай, побіг. Тут ще один наш союзник десь, хто його атакував. А ось зверху. Хтось стоїть.
And what now? Come here, you! And again!
Так що відганяє його.
Yes?
Yes?
Окей, він сам не тікає, розберемося спочатку з орками. А ще орки, напевно, будуть безкінечні. Не доженемо його. Бач, голову одробило, а ти казав, немає розчленьонки. Типа кріт пройшов. По лежачим кріти проходять.
Yes?
Занадто мене якось. Давайте ми відступимо трохи.
Yes?
No chance.
Huh? End it!
And what now? Huh?
Yes?
What is it?
Didn't even take off my gloves.
Another one bites the dust.
Да ні, я про те, що голову гобліну в файті обрізав. Ну, напевно, і ти отступай. Там ельфійка роздає. По голосу своє ще ельфійка. Ждемо на допомогу. Знову голову одробила.
Yes?
What is it?
Лучник дуже жорстко настрілює. Зараз можемо гуфнутися ми.
What is it? Say goodbye forever.
Huh? Understood.
And what now?
Тікай. Всіх перебило, всіх перебило. Є смисл його бити, цікаво. Давайте глянемо. Да, є.
Yes?
And what now? Of course!
Do you think it's smart? Just letting me die over here?
Yes, yes!
Камера
He
бісить
didn't hit you
мене.
very hard! Ha ha!
Huh? End it!
What is it?
А він хиляється, нема смисла його бити.
I'm with you!
Давайте ельфійків допоможемо.
Give me a hand! And what now?
Заникайся, похиляйся.
On my way! As good as done!
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
All right!
Спробуємо рюкзак забрати.
With pleasure!
Yes? On my way.
No chance.
Huh? I'm with you!
What a waste of time.
Attack! What is it? Of course! Come here, you! Yes. Oh, what bad luck! Hitting me pretty hard!
Yes?
Another one bites the dust!
Зажало пацана, слава Богу. Він постійно тікає від нас.
Huh?
Huh?
Все, сундук. Ой, сундук. Рюкзак наш.
I've got the rucksack!
Let's get out of here. Over the bridge.
До якого моста? Ти можеш пошевелитися?
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Yes, yes!
Туда нам. Камера ужасна.
Yes?
Huh?
Huh? Of course! Huh?
Пориваємося. Ельфійку кидаємо тут.
Yes?
Блін, оточили.
And what now? Yes? On my way!
Huh? On my way.
We hardly put up a fight!
At once.
Не дають пройти. Значить, перестрибуємо.
What is it? As good as done!
Yes? On my way.
And what now? Huh? All right!
Хорошо.
Let's get out of here.
Retreat? We should fight on!
We would die. Perhaps you've noticed that Nodon has risen again, headless. He is more powerful than the perished land itself, but the key to his destruction is in here.
We will return to the Secondlings and tell them what the Magus is up to. We'll be safe at Ogre's Death, and there we can hatch a plan.
If we manage to get there. Nodon will do anything to stop us.
Then let him try!
Хрю-хрю свинки. Дивний скіл. Він все-таки не танк, далеко не танк. Квестиків не появилось ніяких. Не бачу. О, помінялось поле, поки ми бігаємо. Це хорошо. Орда орків. Надо напасти, напевно.
Ha! That was fun. What's next?
Boindil looks at you, and the sparkle in his eyes goes out.
We are both very sorry about what happened here, Tungdil.
He told me. Simple. I convinced myself that...
You gulp and turn away from your friends.
Що відбувається?
Ha! That's what I call a goodly challenge. Cover me.
Not a good idea if you want to go on living, dwarf.
Це дівчина?
You've got quite a big mouth for someone who sounds like a girl.
You are Andikai, the tempestuous, right?
Correct. And you are Tungdil, Lot
Якась вона
Yonan's charge.
перекачана чуть-чуть, вам не здається?
Honorable Maga, what news of Lot Yonan? Does he live?
Andikai looks at you in silence, pain and rage slowly spreading across her face.
He is dead, Tungdil. Along with Myra, Turga, and Sabora. Nod-on killed them all, and destroyed the Council of Magi.
The certainty of their death is painful. It feels as though someone has just torn your insides out.
He killed their best pupils, too. And now he's the unchallenged Magus in Girdlegard.
It was you, wasn't it, that attacked them with the lightning? Were you any more successful than we were?
Andikai shakes her head.
He defied everything I threw at him. All of my skills. In vain. I soon realized he was superior to me, but I wanted to buy you some time.
Nodon's famula said that he had changed the magical fields, but you still seem to be able to use them.
Andikai smiles.
I'm not quite as benevolent as the other Magi. My god Samusin is the god of balance. He loves the darkness as much as the light, which means I can use both. But my powers aren't unlimited. It is difficult for me to store and use this altered magic. We should avoid confrontation as much as possible.
Для чого тут тьма? Той же пацан ніби некромант. Ну, щось типу некроманта. Некромант це не зовсім тьма. Ну да ладно, проїхала.
Your companion, won't he sit with us and introduce himself?
Yes! Hey, you up there! Can you even hear us with that bucket on your head?
Jerun is mute, and he won't do you any harm unless I command him to. And as long as you treat him with courtesy, dwarf.
Boindil seems to briefly weigh up his chances against the two of them.
I decide when I'm courteous. Just don't get in my way. And the orcs are mine!
What happened? How could he defeat the Council of Magi?
Nudin called us to Perista, under the guise of reinforcing the barrier against the perished land. Instead, he tricked us, took control of most of our powers and attacked us. I cut him down with my sword, but he rose again and impaled me with his staff. All I can remember after that is the sound of fighting, destruction, and cries of death.
How did you survive?
Jerun. Nudin had forgotten he was with me in Perista. He found me, tended to my wounds and brought me out of the city to safety until I could summon up enough power to heal myself.
And Lot Yonan?
When Jerun carried me away, he was frozen in stone, like a statue. To my knowledge, the spell cannot be reversed.
You nod slowly. You don't have the strength to say anything else right now.
What will you do now?
Leave this place. I'm not so foolish as to believe that I could restrain the perished land or nod on. Why should I stay here?
Foolish, no. But cowardly.
You're on your way to the kingdom of the Secondlings, right? Then I will accompany you and leave Girdlegard by the High Pass.
We'll need all the help we can get. Nodon will have a lot worse in store for us than just orcs.
The Mager nods in agreement. Then she looks pensively at your rucksack.
Your rucksack? Why did Nodon want it?
Сказати правду чи ні? Ми вже самі намагалися ці артефакти роздивитися, в нас ніфіга не вийшло. Вона остання велика магічка. Ну, розкажемо.
I was taking some objects to Goren, one of Lot Yonan's family. He was murdered at Greenglade by an elf. There were books lying next to his body which he was planning to send to Turga the Fair-Faced.
May I see them?
You nod. Take the books out of your rucksack and hand them to her. She goes through the letter and the books, one after another, without showing any sign of emotion. Finally, she closes the last of the books.
Is that all? They are only sagas and travelogues from the Outer Lands, which tell of legendary creatures and myths. I don't know why they should be of interest to Nodon.
There must be something in them that's important to him. He destroyed a whole village for them, and the vaults.
Possibly. I'll study the books. But let's sleep now. Jarun can keep watch. We are still being followed.
Що тут? Нічого цікавого, глянемо, що за спутники у нас. Непоганий скіл такий. Дуже сильно дамажить. А ти? Який ж він повинен бути уродливий, якщо його навіть орки лякаються. Співчуваю. Він такий незрозумілий герой трохи. Ладно, подивимося в бою. Куди біжимо? Біжимо в сторону орків. За мною, кстати, орки ще біжать.
When your journey leads you once more to Calmstead, the villagers recognize you from far off and greet you warmly. Once the children notice you, they come running and bombard you with questions about dwarves. You talk to the children and the villagers until it turns dark, and after a short night, you set off again.
Ну, орки зразу же нападуть на це місто, ні? Що такі лаги почалось жорсткі. Там, блін, не біси мене.
It would seem that one of the armies who've been following you since Lot Yonan's vaults has caught up with you. You can even smell the rancid grease the orcs use on their weapons. Boindil
А,
immediately
вони напали, вони
prepares
просто
to
за мною
fight.
ганяються.
But Andokai
І... бред якийсь. Коротше, ми не можемо з нею побитися чомусь.
You have put out a plate of food for the night every evening since Jarun and Andokai joined you on your journey, but still none of you have seen him eat. You decide to pay particular attention to him this evening, to try and find out what is under the helmet. Andokai is sitting not far from the giant, studying the books.
Have you found anything useful yet?
She looks up at you.
You think I will stay and fight if there is a spell in the books that might defeat Nodon?
Yours is the god of balance. Don't you see it as your duty to create a balance between light and dark?
Instead of answering, Andokai rubs her eyes and closes the books.
It's too dark to study. Let's see what tomorrow brings.
Disgruntled, you watch the Mager as she walks over to her bed for the night. Your eyes fall upon Jarun and the plate at his feet, on which not a crumb of food is left.
Тікаємо від орків. Уже 2 орди за мною. От мене на стратегічній карті цій чомусь слоги іноді з'являються. ФПС зараз 20 у мене.
In the afternoon, with the sun low in the sky, the path leads you through a ravine. A glance at your map suggests that you're near to Boribor, the Orc realm.
Fracas, may we remain unscathed.
About a mile further on, Boindil suddenly stops in his tracks and sniffs.
Can you smell that? Piggy snouts! And lots of them too!
Let's proceed with caution. Perhaps we can take a few of them out before they raise the alarm.
Кого файт візьмемо? А головного героя можна викинути? Головного героя не можна. Ну, давай я тебе викину. Хочу глянути на нових персонажів. Що вони вміють.
That's a bad idea.
Откуда шум? Десь оруть. Де виход?
That's a bad idea.
Up there! We have to stop them before they can warn anyone.
Ти красавчик. Вчасно це сказав.
What is it?
Так, що пробуємо? Цепна молнія. Погнали. Ага, цепна молнія по мені вдарила. Круто. Повсім пройшов з моїм героєм, жесть. І оглушила все. Ну, просто шикарно.
And what now?
Now you've got me interested.
Oink, oink, little piggies!
Він дав такого нормального. Так, що ти вмієш? Цепна молнія, як я поняв, уже не те, що мені треба. Говорив, що і збиває, щось не видно. магічка мені не подобається.
Now you've got me interested.
Yes? Yeah!
Of course! Not a bad idea.
Of course!
Feel my power!
Huh?
Так, давай ще раз спробуємо. Дамаг
Not a
ніякий.
bad idea.
What is it?
Так, давай ти подалі від краю відстрібнеш.
Huh?
Да ти також. А ти давай пендаля. Може хтось влетить. Ага, влетіло.
And what now?
What is it? If I have to. Not a bad idea.
Пробуємо ще раз цепну молнію. Сподіваюсь, по мені не попаде.
I need help over here! Quickly!
А мені попало. Майже вбило. Откуда стільки противників? Куди мені бігти? Жесть. Зараз будемо заново гуляти, чувствую.
They're hitting me pretty hard! Huh? I need help over here! Quickly!
Не хочу за це падати вони.
He hardly put up a fight.
Now you've got me interested. If I have to.
I need help over here! Quickly! They're hitting me pretty hard!
Непогано так, да, може.
What is it?
What is it?
Блін, цепну молнію так не хочеться юзати. А без цепної молнії вона не дамаже особо.
Not a bad idea.
Yes?
And what now?
What a waste of time.
Непогано.
Now you've got me interested.
Давай огріб.
What is it?
What is it?
Oink, oink, little piggies!
I'll tell you when I'm ready. And I didn't even take off my gloves.
Yes?
Надо прориватися просто. Вони безкінечно біжать.
What now?
Now you've got me interested. If I have to. Hey, how about some help? All right then. If I have to.
Та ну.
Something. This is
Ох. Ужас спрацював на мого героя. І вона від ужаса втекла в пропасть. Окей, можна в трьох проживатися, а вже в одному можна? Давайте якось так. У нас 3 мобільних героя. Якось прорвемося.
there! We have to stop them before they can warn anyone.
Я цього типу зупинити треба.
What is it? Come here, you!
Huh?
As good as done!
Зупинили.
On my way! As good as done! Of course! With pleasure!
Yes? On my way.
He hardly put up a fight! Yeah! Huh? I'm with you!
Кому катапульта пуляють, мені цікаво.
Huh?
Прям попав. Уже майже виход. Прошлий раз я пішов низом. Ну, бачите, знизу скільки народу. Не щоб взяти, перенаправити катапульти сюди постріляти.
Yes? As good as done.
On my way! Bad luck for you! As good as done.
Так, куди мені вниз? Як?
On my way!
Бачу. Ну, два герої мене взагалі можуть десь стрибнути зразу. Непогано.
Of course! Huh? Too easy!
Можна їх перебити. Не так і багато їх.
Yes?
What is it?
Це хорошо вбиває великих. 3/4 хп зносить.
Too easy! And what now? Huh? With pleasure. All right. End it. I didn't hit you very hard. What is it? I'm with
Ти
you.
відпочиваєш?
Come here.
Давай навалюй.
Yes. Say goodbye forever.
I need help over here! Quickly!
Все, давайте вже змиватися. Нікого нема, ніхто не стоїть.
On my way.
And what now? What is it?
Understood.
Так, все, побігло просто.
should go down into the caves and vaults. There'll be more of them down there.
Or maybe we should concentrate on finally getting to Ogre's Death stronghold, Boindle.
You ignore the offended look on your friend's face and set off, leaving the Orc Mountains behind you.
От такі задачі, де треба кудись пробігти, можна взагалі на пофіг проходить. Клацаєш правою кнопкою мишки і біжиш. Цей герой не участвував у битві, але все одно прокачався. Зручно. Що ти її візьмемо? Навіть не знаю. Дамаг з руки він ніякий в цій грі. Правда, і захист на 3 секунди. Що таке 3 секунди? Ліпше дамаг беремо. Ну, якби там захист був нормальний, хоча б секунд 10, я б взяв би захист. А так, 3 секунди. Ти просто не будеш його юзати вчасно.
You can already see the oasis a day's journey away, but in the glimmer of the midday sun, you're not sure whether it might not just be a mirage. But the twins are convinced that there is a village here, and the prospect of a roof over your heads for the night keeps you going. The nearer you get to the oasis, the more the uneasy feeling grows that something's not right. It's too quiet, and you don't see any movement. Once you enter the village, your fears are confirmed. Your enemies have already been here.
В 5. Ні, одного контролю лише.
This whole thing is probably a trap. We should...
Welcome to Pasna. I'm sure the citizens would greet you themselves, if they could.
Став за деревом, блін, його не видно
You recognize the
ніфіга.
elf immediately. You saw him with the leaders of the orcs, and he appeared to you in a dream after Greenglade. Or no, not in a dream.
Sintheras.
So we meet again, Tungdil. What do you think of my work in the vaults? It was a nice start, wasn't it?
An eerie smile sets on Sintheras's lips.
Wonderful. I can see the hatred in your eyes. Come on. Come and get your revenge.
Магічку не берем. І що, всього буде?
Yes? With pleasure.
Ні, не всього біжать, я вже бачу. Халява якась буде зараз.
End it.
Вже з них збило навіть.
Yes, yes. What is it? And what now? Come here, you. Yes?
Yes? Attack!
What is it?
Не добило чуть-чуть. Далеко він. Окей, не така уж халява зараз буде.
And what now? Huzzah! Yes? Say goodbye forever.
End it!
Vile creature. Huh? Huh? With pleasure. Another one.
Якось багато народу. У цієї гри в мене ескейпа немає. Я свого дамажу, я ідіот. Можу вступити.
He hardly put up a fight. What is it? Yes?
Ей, пропади.
Say goodbye
Нехай
forever.
відпочине трохи в ТУ.
Yes?
And what now? Huh? Killed. Attack! What is it?
Huh? Understood. On my way.
Of course.
For breakfast!
What is it? Huh?
Лучники настрілюють жорстко по ньому.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ну, високий, по ньому легше попасти.
On my way.
Напевно, така логіка.
With pleasure.
Ти давай наверх.
Yes? On my way.
А ти тил прикрий трохи.
End it!
What is it?
Huh?
And what now? He hardly put up a fight. Come here, you. Yes? What is it? Huh? Oh, what bad luck for you!
Ну, блін, зараз лучники можуть просто вбити. І що зробити з цим? Сюди десь відступай.
What is it? As good as done. And what now? Huh?
Ща. Опасно наставлять. Без підтримки. Ти давай наверх перетягуйся.
Yes? As good as done.
Ти біжи, боса.
With
Тут
pleasure.
пару ударів осталось. А, це бос так настрілює з лука жорстко. Хорошо полетів. Низько. Дощ буде.
Back! Why are you fighting against us? You're the son of Samusin. You should have nothing to do with this unworthy scum.
I've had enough of
Це про
fighting.
нашого спутника великого,
time we had to
скоріш
go.
за все.
I've had enough too. But we've got several days in the desert ahead of us before we can enjoy a cold beer.
The longer we talk about it, the later we'll get to our beer. Let's go.
Так, напевно, на цьому ми закінчимо сьогоднішню трансляцію. З ігрою ми познайомились, вона мені в принципі сподобалась. Цікавий сюжет, цікаво знати, що буде далі. Досить цікаві бої, іноді бувають, якщо не занадто прості. Продовжувати ми будемо, напевно, завтра ввечері, мій обичний час. Хто не знає, це о 8 вечора. Днем, можливо, я погуляю в Battle Raid. Побачимо. Дякую всім, хто дивився. Кому сподобалось, підписуйтесь, вступайте в групу ВКонтакті, щоб не пропускати анонси і різні цікаві новини. Побачимося завтра. Всім пока.